The 2025 International Symposium on Traditional Medicine will start now. Welcome everyone to the symposium. My name is Choi Jong-in. I am the MC for this opening ceremony for the symposium. Thank you very much for taking your time out of your busy schedule to be here with us. Before we begin, I'd like to mention that if you experience any health symptoms like coughing or chills, please let our staff members know so that we can help you. And within the conference room, all the food and beverages except for water are prohibited. So we appreciate your cooperation. Our symposium will do our best to make it an enjoyable event. We are providing Korean English simultaneous interpretation. Please listen to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English.
Channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English.
Hosted by the Ministry of Health and Welfare and organized by NICOM, the 2025 the International Symposium has been held from 2018, bringing together government officials and experts from around the world to discuss ways to develop traditional medicine. And today also we have many experts who will be speaking about the application of artificial intelligence to traditional medicine. We will have sessions 3, 4, and 5 today. So we look forward to your great interest until the end. And now let us proceed with session 3. The first presentation will be delivered by Dr. Mira Abdallah Mohammed Al-Hamadi.
Acting Division Director at the Department of Health, Abu Dhabi, UAE. So please give her a big round of applause to welcome her.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor to be here in Seoul. As a first-time visitor to Korea, I'm already incredibly impressed. The weather is so refreshing, and I have had the chance to enjoy some of your delicious food. It's truly been a wonderful experience. Okay. First, I can introduce myself. My name is Dr. Mira Al-Hamadi. I'm a Division Director of Health Professional Licensing at Department of Health Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak about our collaborative progress in licensing Korean medicine. Today, I'll be speaking about our commitment to bridging Korean medicine into the formal healthcare system of the UAE. I will also focus on our work and collaboration to officially recognize the practitioner of Korean medicine title, a direct result of our strong partnership with Korea. To understand this significant step, we first must look at our foundation of our healthcare licensing system. This is the Unified Healthcare Professional Qualification Requirement, or what we call it a PQR. The PQR is the central authoritative document that details the requirement for licensing of all healthcare professionals in the UAE. Its primary purpose is to ensure a consistent, high standard of practice and quality of care across all 7 emirates. What makes it so powerful is that it is recognized by all major health authorities in the UAE, which are the Department of Health in Abu Dhabi, the Dubai Health Authority, Sharjah Health Authority, and the Ministry of Health and Prevention. This unification provides a clear single standard for professionals, no matter where they wish to practice in our country. Our journey to this point was very strategic, and our progress was marked by key and crucial milestones, as you can see. It starts in 2023 with a recognition of the importance of this matter by the Department of Health in Abu Dhabi, which led to a plan to formally include Korean medicine in our licensing system and regulation. This vision quickly moved to an action. In 2024, we republished the traditional complementary integrative medicine scope of a practice, which include Korean medicine, so that it was officially recognized in our regulation for the first time. Then, beginning of this year, 2025, we reached the most important step. We concluded our discussion and collaboration by officially added the title of Practitioner of Korean Medicine to our national rule book, which is the PQR. This is a clear statement of our confidence in Korean medicine. The official PQR document is a public document. The QR code, as you can see, allow for a direct access to the regulation, which show our commitment to transparency to the community. We have also created a clear pathway with a specific requirement for education and experience. Additionally, the professional scope of practice document for traditional complementary integrative medicine, TCIM, is also public, and you can scan the QR code to access it. This step is a direct result of our collaboration with the Korean government. It shows our shared commitment to improve healthcare and ensuring quality of practice. In summary, the UAE has moved beyond simply noticing Korean medicine to fully include it in our official system. By creating this new title, we have established a professional pathway that helps practitioners and protect patients, strengthen the healthcare ties between our two countries. Thank you so much.
네, 고맙습니다. 미라 압달마 모하메디 알하마니님의 무대였고요. 계속해서 다음 발표로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 다음 발표는
Be given by Dr. Tekrar Hassan Mohammed, Division Director, Drug and Medical Products, Department of Health, Abu Dhabi, from UAE. She'll be speaking about TCAM products governance and regulations in UAE. Please welcome the speaker with a big hand.
Hi everyone, I'm happy to be with you here today, and I wish I will deliver little information about the regulation and the governance of TCAM products in the Emirate and in Abu Dhabi specifically. My name is Dikra Hassan, the Director of Drugs and Drugs and Medical Products in the DOH, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. So during this 15 minutes, I will explain about the governance of drugs and medical products in the UAE. I will give you an overview about the medical product and the healthcare landscape in Abu Dhabi and UAE. We will map together the TCAM-related practice and product categories in Abu Dhabi, and then the overall picture of the TCAM governance and regulations. I would like to highlight today that recently the UAE has issued a federal decree, which is law number 38 of 2024, which is a new law where a significant update to the pharmaceutical regulatory framework, replacing the federal law of 2019. This new law aims to enhance the governance of medical products, the pharmacy profession, and the pharmaceutical establishment in the United Arab Emirates. The new law came into effect on January 25. However, there is 1 year grace period to comply its provision, and this can be extended. Some of the key changes that were highlighted in this law are the expanded of the regulatory scope, not to cover only the conventional medication. It includes as well the TCAM product, the medical device, biopharmaceutical, food supplement, in addition to cosmetics. Further to this, the type of entities has been expanded to include not only pharmacies or laboratory, also the biobank, the manufacturing facility, the R&D companies, the marketing office, the medical warehouse, and the storage facilities. In addition to that, a new central authority was declared, which is the Emirate Drug Establishment, which will take over the Ministry of Health and Prevention as the consolidating regulatory authority overseeing, among other, the medical approvals and the pharmacovigilance. Here I'm highlighting some of the major federal entities. This is for your information. We have some of federal and local Emirates authority, like the Emirates Drug Establishment, the Ministry of Health and Prevention, and the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology. All of these are involved with the TCAM product or practice in Abu Dhabi, in the UAE. However, in Abu Dhabi specifically, we have our local authorities, like the Abu Dhabi Agriculture and Food Safety, the Department of Health, the Abu Dhabi Quality and Conformity Council, and the Department of Economic Development. Abu Dhabi, I mistakenly written Dubai. It is Abu Dhabi Economic Development. So here, just to give you an overview about Abu Dhabi landscape and how we experience remarkable growth and transformation in the recent year, with a vision to become the regional hub to pharmaceutical manufacturing and innovation. We are still small, but we aim big. Currently, we have 2,500 products produced in UAE. We have 7 medical. There is maybe this. Do you hear me well? Okay. We have a big collaboration with big industries like Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, Novartis, and a lot of collaboration. We have a very unique health system. The figures here, just to highlight, it is not updated. We have more than 8,900 inpatient beds. We have more than 65 hospitals. This is only Abu Dhabi figures. We have more than 1,520 medical centers and 770 clinics. We have a very robust regulatory setup, and we have a well-developed, a cutting-edge health information exchange platform, so the patient can access his file and the information is uploaded in one system, which is the Malafi platform, where access can be gained through different clinic, private or government entities. This slide is somehow known by most of you, the difference of the different components of the TCAM, and that we deal usually with the products and with treatments. And in both, we need a regulation of the product with medical claim, and the testing of this product for the safety and the efficacy. However, for the treatment specifically, we require the professional to be accredited by the accredited body, and the center shall be licensed as well, for example, in Abu Dhabi, by the Department of Health. Here, I will show you some of the TCAM practice in Abu Dhabi that is already available. We have the Unani medicine, the traditional Chinese medicine, the osteopathy, naturopathy, homeopathy, hijama, chiropractic, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and recently, the Korean medicine. And we have for this different product related, ranging from herbal medicine, homeopathy product, dietary supplement, and the crude medicinal herb, in addition to other alternative medicine product. A significant portion of TCAM product in Abu Dhabi are important, which may pose additional regulatory challenge for us in the term of the quality control and the safety. So in general, the TCAM governance in the United Arab Emirates, we have, as I mentioned, the federal body who's responsible for the product classification, which is the very first beginning step. And also the Emirati Drug Establishment, or currently MOHAB, which will be transferred soon to EDE, is regulating the registration, the testing, the certification, as well as the advertisement. Local authority like the Department of Health or different local authority that I already shared with you in the first slide, responsible as well for the coding, for the dispensing category, for the customer clearance, quality test, surveillance, monitoring, and the reimbursement path. For the product, as I mentioned, the first step is to have a product classification, which is currently via the MOHAB online service. This is to confirm the regulatory route based on the medical claim, the formulation, and the concentration. The outcome of the classification will drive registration process and the dossier path and the requirement as well. So, for example, medical product versus the general sale item, or the food, or the cosmetic product, or the devices. The Department of Health, at the Department of Health, we assign the coding of this product. This is to ensure the proper description, dispensing, and the coverage whenever it is applicable. Here are the two links from the federal site, which is, as I mentioned, required for the classification as well as the registration. For the research, it is governed by the local regulator. So we, as the DOH, regulate the Abu Dhabi local clinical research. Professional, again, as mentioned by my colleague, Dr. Amira, the license is for the Abu Dhabi professional is licensed by the Department of Health, and Department of Health actually licensed the physician, the pharmacist, and the traditional complementary and alternative medicine practitioner. We have some retail shop who sell the crude herb, and they are licensed by the Department of Economy. For the insurance, yes, we have some of the TCAM product covered by the insurance, but within certain very specific criteria. So the take-home message from my side for the first part of my presentation is that any product to enter UAE shall go to the classification path, and you need to have the classification letter from the federal body. Here I'm showing after the classification steps. So once the company submits the classification request, the product will be classified in different categories. One is if it's conventional medication, one if it's medical device, and for the TCAM, mostly they will be general sale or herbal or homeopathy registration. And as you can see here, there is basic requirement, and there is a fee which is 5,000 dirham, and it is usually valid for 5 years. Take home message here, apply for Abu Dhabi DOH code. So once you are done with the classification and registration by the federal body, companies need to approach Abu Dhabi to access Abu Dhabi market. To access Abu Dhabi market, you need to initiate a code with the Department of Health. The aim of the code is to provide the code provide a unique identifier for each of the medical product, whether it is device or conventional medication or TCAM product. This to ensure the consistent drug recognition and will facilitate the seamless integration, data compatibility between the healthcare provider, pharmacists, insurance. This will enhance the safety and reduce the error and the duplication. And these codes are very essential for product reimbursement by the insurance. And this supports the regulatory oversight. I hope I'm giving you an important information that will highlight the governance of TCAM in Abu Dhabi. And this is the step of coding, as I describe, through the service, the drug agents and healthcare providers, which are the hospital, can apply for the coding of the drugs or the TCAM products in general, which will include the conventional and the general sale product. This code, as I explained, is essential for the reimbursement, and this is the process highlighting how to do this service and how to apply to get a code in Abu Dhabi. In addition to that, maybe this is not much related for most of the audience here. However, just to highlight, we have a very strong HTA assessment service at the Department of Health. This is to assure the insurance coverage. We do our part of the evaluating the medical product or the TCAM product or medical device through an HTA framework to evaluate the efficacy, the effectiveness, and the safety. After which, the discussion about the coverage and the criteria of coverage. So, as mentioned, 2 points to consider: the classification and then the coding. I think, and the last point, just to highlight, some of the products which are general sale items, they may require to confirm the facility and the importer license by ensuring having the ECAS or EQM from the MOIAT. Also, to maintain the advertising within EDE, and train the sale and the clinical team on what to do and what to not do on the claim of the TCAM product. Thank you. I'm done with my part, and I hope you benefit from this presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Dekra Mohammed, for sharing your valuable insights. 네, 데크라 모하메드 과장님의 발표였습니다. 계속해서 다음 발표는 대만에서 귀한 발걸음을 해주신
Next presentation will be given by a very professional presenter from Taiwan. The title will be The Development Regulatory Policy and Global Sales of NRICM 101 during the COVID-19 pandemic in Taiwan, to be given by Professor Hwang Yi-chao from the School of Chinese Medicine, National Yangming Tao Tong University in Taipei, Taiwan.
안녕하세요. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer from the National Institute of Korean Medicine Development, NICOM, for inviting me to participate in this wonderful ISTM 2025. And my topic today, as shown here, I would talk about some of the products that have global reach from Taiwan. And so my topic is about development regulatory policy and global sales of NRICM 101 Taiwan Tsinghua Yuhua during COVID-19 pandemic in Taiwan. I'm Yi Chao Fang from National Yangming Jiao Tong University. And first, I would like to recap the important development regarding to traditional medicine. As you know that the international classification of diseases for mortality and morbidity statistics issued by WHO in the ICD-11 in 2019, a landmark and has been reached because in chapter 26, a supplemental chapter, traditional medicine condition, has been incorporated. This is the first time for ICD-11 since 1900 that the previous 10 editions only include Western disease and classification, but ICD-11 includes traditional medicine. And from 2019 to 20 and onwards, Module 1 includes, and I think, Korean medicine and Cambodia medicine and Chinese medicine. Whereas in 2022, Ayurveda medicine has been incorporated in Module 2. And yesterday, there are some talks about how we can utilize artificial intelligence or big data analysis and also machine learning. I will give you an example with ICD-11. For example, as you might know that the conceptual framework for Western medicine versus traditional medicine, they are different. And in this example from Professor Van der Kulik in Leiden University in Holland. He cooperated with traditional Chinese medical doctor for a condition called rheumatoid arthritis with the same ICD-10 number. The Chinese medical doctors, after the syndrome differentiation, 辩证论治, they found that even within the same ICD code number of rheumatoid arthritis, actually, they are called code or hit subgrouping. But this is the examination from Chinese medical doctors. Professor Van der Griep, in cooperation with Chinese medical doctors, they collect the plasma and urine from rheumatoid arthritis patients, and they found that a small molecule using the called metabolomic analysis and system biology, the hydroepiacetylene sulfate, DHA, is really significantly different among the cold and hot group. So this might substantiate the symptom differentiation 辩证论治 from Chinese medical doctors. So I think this may be a way forward for us to think about how can we really, even among rheumatoid arthritis or hypertension or non-insulin dependent diabetes, can we really reach more precision medicine with the integration of Western medicine and traditional medicine. And I think the interest in traditional medicine is increased. As you can see that on the left photo, the General Secretary of WHO, Tedros, I think in the middle of the left figure, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Actually, they inaugurate in 2022 the first WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine in Gujarat, in India. So that means that traditional medicine, not just Korean medicine or Chinese medicine or Kambo medicine, even Ayurveda medicine has increased visibility and discursive power. I would like to mention some of the products from Taiwan. Actually, you might know that in the United States Food and Drug Administration, first in 2004, a guideline has been issued for botanic drug and review. And the first botanic drug in the 21st century issued by US FDA is called Berberine from the tea extract for topical application. The second one is 2012. It's for called Frieza from dragon blood. It's for treatment of side effect of antiretroviral drug in AIDS patient. The third one, actually in December of 2022, is a botanic drug for treatment of burn injury in patients. And this drug approved by US FDA is related to a collaboration from Taiwan and Israel. In 2014, the Israeli group, Professor Rosenberg, they published a paper in Burns regarding to an enzyme from pineapple called bromelain, and to improve the wound healing of burn patients. And with the randomized control trial, they found that, let's see, with almost 156 and divided into the nasal bright treatment of 75 patients, and also the standard of care from Western medicine, 81 patients. And then you can see that with Nasopride, the pineapple enzyme, the wound from the burn patients, actually, the beneficial effect was observed because you don't need so much surgical excision or autograft. So you can see that the nasopride can reduce the need on the number, the percentage of either excision or autograft. From 2014 to 2021, with more clinical study, Professor Rosenberg wrote a review article showing that with the blue column, the need for excision or autograft is really significantly reduced compared to the red column of the standard care from Western medicine. This is the, just down the fruit of the pineapple, the stem is rich in, we call it bromelain, the kind of an enzyme extract. The Taiwan company called Jianian, actually the raw figure, you can see that this is a collaboration between Taiwan and Israel to develop nasopride. The patent and also the preparation of the enzyme extract from pineapple was prepared in Taiwanese company, but the biotechnology company and all the clinical trial have been taken up by the Israeli group. And that's the product of nasopride for second degree burn injury. And yesterday, Dr. Kenny Kuchta mentioned that most of the botanical drugs in European Union are not for major disease. However, this one is for major disease, for burn patients. And importantly, I mentioned that first in 2012, nasopride has been granted the botanic drug first in European Union. Then 10 years later, in 2022, the US FDA also issued a botanic drug license. So these are major breakthrough. I think for Asian countries, this is the only one so far to have been approved by both European Union and also United States as a major disease botanic drug for treatment of burn injury. And so far, several products have been accepted as the over-the-counter product in European Union. The first one is 2012, and 第二鲜血康, and then Salva meteorita, 丹参, and then the other one is 细仙草, the cigar biker, and the lower left one, Dr. Kenny Kuchta mentioned that 六君子汤, and then there are also like 加味消耗散, etc. So far, maybe less than 10 products have been accepted in European Union, but mostly for over-the-counter and non-major disease, in contrast to nasopride for the treatment of burn patients. Now, I would like to let you know about the regulatory pathway for plant-based medicine in Taiwan. We have two pathways. First one is through the Department of Chinese Medicine and Pharmacy. And I have been privileged to serve as a Director General in Department of Chinese Medicine and Pharmacy in Ministry of Health and Welfare in Taiwan. So I would tell you the story about ISTM. And the second pathway is through botanical drug pathway. That's under the jurisdiction of Taiwan Food and Drug Administration. Now we go to the first path. And the first pathway mostly is like traditional Chinese formulae, Fu Huang. And the leftist part is called, and from the fermented yeast, Hongqu, for the lowering of plasma cholesterol. It's a mechanism of action similar to statin. The second one is from soybean called Hualiang. It's for the relief of fatigue in cancer patients receiving chemotherapy drugs. The third one is called Naldersen. It's a BNG1 powder. That's post-stroke treatment to improve the neurological function. This BNG1 contains Huangqi astragalus membranous. It's a mixed herbal formula. Now, going to the ISTM 101, 清冠一号, this product, first, we issue an export license because in 2020, when the COVID-19 really gets more serious, actually Taiwan, through the border control, we have very few cases. Whereas in Italy, in United States, even or many other places, there are many cases of patients contracted with COVID-19. At that time, the export license was issued in the end of August of 2020. Just within 6 months, the export license has reached several countries, including European Union and also North America. And at that time, even just within 6 months, this overseas sale has exceeded 1 billion new Taiwan dollars. If you times 50, that could give you about the currency in KRW. And in 2021, because Taiwan also has several cases, and also in the first quarter of 2021, that means 6 months within the export license. Actually, in Singapore and Australia, they have issued over-the-counter license to ISTM 101. And Taiwan's parliament pushed for the EUA emergent utilization authorization, and then about 13 to 14 products from Taiwanese company has been granted with the EUA, the emergency usage authorization. And that's the product of 10 herbs, including, you can see that 黄芪、鱼腥草、板蓝根、厚朴、薄荷、桑叶、防风、guaros, and also 炙甘草. That's a product. I will show you the specific name, including secretaria and also the 鱼腥草. And so these are composed 10 herbs. This product actually is derived and modified from 金黄麦毒散. That's used in the previous centuries for treatment of, we call it 温病. And Professor Su Yizhang invented this new combination, and they first published their clinical observation in biomedicine and pharmacotherapy. They show that this 10 herbs in combination can really have several effects. First one is about the blockage of the binding of SARS-CoV-2 virus to the angiotensin converting enzyme 2, AC2, and the binding so that the virus would not reach the epithelial cell in the lung. The second part of action is about the inhibition of 3-cell protease. In addition, ISTM 101 also exerts anti-inflammatory effect because TNF-alpha and IL-6 level can be reduced. So that's the content-dependent demonstration of the blockage of the NICM for the SARS-CoV-2 binding to the, we call it the spike protein, the spike protein bound to angiotensin converting enzyme 2 inhibitor. So that means there are some beneficial effect. And then with more cases in 2022, Professor Su Yizhang's school also published a paper in pharmacology research showing that indeed there are some beneficial effects for NICM 101. In the 2022 paper, they show that with the use of NICM 清冠1号, the need for an intubation, that means progression to more serious, can be reduced. So to summarize, the regulatory feature of NICM 101, at that time, I was the Director General in charge of the regulatory approval process. First is produced by good management practice. And the indication and efficacy claim are different from anti-COVID-19. So it's different from whether we use traditional Chinese medicine term called 外感时疫, so exogenous seasonal epidemic. And what about the efficacy claim? It's about relieving estuary syndrome and 解表宣会, and also Korean heat toxin, 清热解毒, and also to remove phlegm, 宽胸化痰, and also to regulate and lowering qi, 和胃降气. So that's innovative way, because at that time there are not enough cases to demonstrate the anti-COVID-19 virus effect. So it's about the, so this kind of innovation in that, but I will show later. And also in 2021, I mentioned that in May 21, in Taiwan, we also issue an EUA to be prescribed by Chinese medical doctor in Taiwan. And in 2022, Taiwan has a major Omicron outbreak. So the cases just skyrocketing to 40 to 90,000. So with this, the government decided to reimburse all the prescription of NICM 101. 政府资助. And then at the end of the Omicron, the company called Sun Tiantang, they conducted a prospective phase 3 trial, and then after about 1 year, in 2024 April, they received the first drug license in Taiwan with a similar indication and efficacy claim. And NICM has reached more than 60 countries. And I will show you the export sale. You know, before 2020, hundreds of products from Taiwan only have about, you can see that 1062. With the additional NICM 101, one product, the export sales jump up almost 60%. So it's really a game changer for Taiwan's export of herbal product. And this is the kind of government policy to reimburse NICM 101 清冠1号 for Taiwanese who are infected with COVID-19 during Omicron. You can see it's there. And what is more important that this really help for Taiwanese people to approach the clinic of Chinese medicine. You can see that the red bar jump up from previous years, almost 50% of visit to Chinese medical doctors during the COVID-19 Omicron epidemic. But even in 2023, when COVID-19 has subsided, the kind of visit of Taiwanese people to clinic of Chinese medicine still almost 30 to 40%. So it's not just export sale, but also the kind of visit to Chinese medical doctors, and also the government expenditure in the kind of NISM is really very much and have an impact. What is more important? You can see that the inventor, Professor Sui Zhang, was invited to be in the press conference of Taiwan's Central Epidemic Command Center. In the middle, that's with the mask, is Minister Chen Shizhong. And this is the first time Chinese medicine has been invited with a Western medicine dominated Minister of Health and Welfare to tell about traditional medicine in the management of COVID-19. So Professor Sui Zhang stood there to demonstrate. And in the front seat, you can see many journalists. So the kind of visibility of traditional medicine is really increased during this. And also, the previous president of United Association of Chinese Medical Doctors, 中医师全人会, has also been invited to the Central Epidemic Command Center. So I think practitioners of traditional medicine in this COVID-19 epidemic really has played a significant and visible role. And that's during my almost the last several months, and as Director General, the drug company, the CEO of Dr. Zhuang, we issued the first herbal drug license for NISM 101. And this company, with diversified product, they not just producing the powder form, but also some of the, we call food or even dietary supplement. And so they are rich, not just European Union, Australia, and also North America. And apart from NISM 101, Taiwan also have other products like this Jingguanhuang, and published in Frontier in Pharmacology. You can see it is composed of 5 herbs, including Forsythia, Lianqiao, and Scrinaria, Huangqi, Ferrum, Caiwu, Magnolia, Houpo, and also Shen, Pogo, Stemon, Huoxiang. So this is a 5 herb product. They also reach the Amazon sale. You can see that NISM has been on the top list of the product in Amazon. And I think not inferior to Lianhua Qingwenlin or Qingwei Bairutang from mainland China. So with NISM, Qingguanyao, and also Jingguanfang, they all reach. So it's you can order it from the website. And the third product is called Jingshi Banhaojin. The pharmacology effect has been published in Frontier in Nutrition. Finally, I would like to, that's the next slide. I would also add that apart from the botanic drug license in European Union and also in US FDA, this product has been established as a guideline by the European Union plastic surgeons as a treatment for burn patients. And in Taiwan, we also have a ointment product composed of 2 herbs and published in JAMA New Open, and also received a license from Taiwan's Food and Drug Administration. That's the product press conference when it received the approval from Taiwan's Food and Drug Administration. This is composed of 左手香 and also雷公根. That's the two herbs. And with about 230 patients and randomized to either the ON-1010 or and standard of care, they show that with ON-101 for an unmet medical need called diabetic foot ulcer, ON-101 can improve the healing of the lower foot unhealing ulcers. So demonstrating that these two herb ointment for topical application can really improve the healing process of patients suffering from diabetic foot ulcer. So with that, I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
네, 지금까지 황희철 교수님의
So thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation.
마지막 발표해 주신
We have come to the final presentation for session 3. The last final presentation for this session will be delivered by Dr. Jang Hyung-jin, CEO of Panacura. Please welcome the speaker with a big hand. Good morning. First of all, thank you very much for hosting this wonderful event. My thanks goes to NICOM and the Ministry of Health and Welfare. I would also like to welcome the overseas speakers who are visiting Korea. So in my presentation, I will talk about 경희 청혈단 because we have many good medicine, herbal medicine in Korea, and 경희 청혈단 or NRX was exported to the United States for the first time last year. And so I will talk about the process, how it was exported. So I'd like to share that information with you today. This is the table of content. I will speak about these 5 points. We are focusing on 경희 청혈단. It's a stroke treatment medicine. Treatment medicine is a tricky word because stroke is something you don't cure. Prevention is more important. In other words, prevention of recurrence is more important. When it comes to strokes, it does not occur just once. It occurs twice or 3 times repetitively. So when you have the first stroke, if you prevent the recurrence, then it will be the focus of treatment. As you can see, cardiovascular diseases takes up about 33% of all causes of death. About strokes, there are 2 types. One is hemorrhagic stroke, and the other one is ischemic stroke. Ischemic stroke is when the blood vessel is blocked. So we focus on ischemic stroke. When it comes to ischemic stroke, it occurs among the elderly mainly, and it also is affected by lifestyles like diet. So blood vessels can be blocked. And with the aging population, increasingly the blood vessels are more likely to be blocked. So in terms of stroke, treatment, diagnosis, and treatments are provided. As you can see here, the market is growing gradually. Stroke, there are existing medicines for stroke prevention. Baby aspirin is what it is. It's 80 milligram. It's a small tablet, and you take it daily, and then it would help prevent strokes. It would help prevent the blockage of blood vessels. It is widely known. So for more than 10 years, baby aspirin has been used as a preventative measure against strokes, and it is used globally. But in 2021, in American Cardiovascular Disease Association, they found that the aspirin is not efficient. So as you can see, aspirin resistance and limited efficacy were found out in the research. And the problems came out one after another. Another thing is that when you have an emergency surgery, and if you have taken aspirin, then the physician can refuse to perform the surgery because after the surgery, you need to stop the bleeding, but aspirin can hinder the process of blood stopping. So we focused on these problems related to aspirin, and we tried to develop something that can replace aspirin. 경희 청혈단, we used some ingredient that was used. There was a book that was written about 1500 years ago, and we refer to this book. 황열 해독탕 was made of 4 different ingredients, and it was used for people with schizophrenia. So we got a hint from that. So we added 대황 to this formula to develop 경희 청혈단. From 2002, Gyeonggi University Korean Medicine Hospital has been developing and using this product for about 23 years now. And there has been no side effect or any other problem regarding this product. And it is still being used to patients with stroke. As you see here, it has some key benefits, including hyperlipidemia management, dyslipidemia improvement, and neuroprotection, and atherosclerosis prevention, and stroke recurrence prevention. And accordingly, we published a paper. We published over 40 papers at the SCI in the SCI journals. And in those papers, we described many efficacy aspects backed by clinical evidence. And it lowers cholesterol levels and hyperlipidemia, and it also has neuroprotection function and antioxidant function and anti-atherosclerosis effects. More important thing is clinical trial. As I mentioned before, this is kind of a preventative measure, preventative medicine. When it comes to preventative medicine, clinical trials can be tricky because it is hard to predict who will get strokes, and you will have like hundreds and thousands of sample population. So at our hospital, there is a stroke and cerebral disease clinic, and we have primary stroke patients coming in. So we work with them. So as you can see on the left here, we conduct 2-year retrospective cohort study. So 200 out of 400. For the 400, we give the Western medicine, and 200 of them will be given NRX or 청혈단, in addition to the Western medicine, and we follow them for 2 years. The secondaries, and we checked whether they had secondary occurrence. And as you can see here, when they were described only by Western medicine, then 17 of them had a secondary stroke after 2 years. When they were described 청혈단 together with the Western medicine, the number was lower. And we followed them for 5 years. And in the end, we could see that only 12 had the secondary stroke. The data is from 2018. In 2020, in 2024, we collected data additionally. So you see here, there is little recurrence. That means that it has an effect of preventing recurrence. So when the clinical trial data, with the data, we got the approval from KFDA, and we collected materials related to IND, and not just standardization. KFDA is a quite rigorous organization when it comes to screening, so we met all those requirements, and we are in the process of conducting clinical trial. So this is a very good medicine, and at our hospital, we are using it, and only our hospital has been using it so far. And to introduce myself, I am professor of Korean medicine at Gyeonggi University, and I started a company called Panacura as a faculty company. So I have an agreement with the company. Our company has an agreement with the university, and we can conduct this business under this agreement. So from 2 years ago, we are working with the NICOM in exporting this product, and the first export was December last year. So we now have presence in the U.S. market. Our hospital is well recognized, so we engaged Koreans in the U.S. first. So they will be our primary target. So we will be doing some outreach activities and promotion activities to targeting the Koreans, overseas Koreans in the U.S. But the U.S. market is not so good as we expected, particularly as we have the Trump 2.0 administration. So market is not looking very good. So we're thinking that our target should be the U.S. market in general, not just overseas Koreans there. Stroke patients in the U.S., there are about 12 million stroke patients in the U.S. annually. And regarding our product, it was registered as an OTC product at US FDA. And in 2024, we got the export permit from KFDA. And December last year, we exported for the first time to the LA region. And during the process, I am a professor as well as a businessman. So I didn't have enough knowledge. So I had to start from the scratch. I studied a lot and gathered knowledge a lot. The current market is quite concerning with the tariff and everything. And also the crack down on the illegal immigrants in the U.S. So it further restrains the economy. So to address these challenges, we tapped into Amazon. We are trying to register with Amazon. The herbs from Taiwan are registered in Amazon. As per the previous presentation, our product is an OTC product, but we are tapping into Amazon market, and we are in the process of doing the registration preparation. And in November this year, we will be contacting large pharmaceutical companies, a few of them. So early November, if we have some good results, then I will share that with you. And we're not just looking at the US market. We're looking at North America, Latin America as well, and the UAE also, Germany, Japan, China. So we are considering all those regions. So hope for the best. So this is our company. So these are, in fact, the developers of the medicine, professors from Gyeonggi University Korean Medical Center, Professor Cho Gyo, Professor Moon, Professor Chung, Professor Kwan, Professor Lee. So these professors have worked hard, really hard for the last 23 years to make this product. So their efforts made this good product. And when we decided to do this business, the professors were very welcoming and accommodating to the idea. So that made the business much easier. So I would like to thank these professors today. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. That was Professor Chang Hyung-jin. He introduced Cheonghyul-dan and how it prevents strokes and how it is expanding to the overseas markets. Now that brings us to the end of the morning session of day 2 of 2025 International Symposium on Traditional Medicine. So now we're going to have a lunch break. You have been given a coupon or voucher when you enter the room in the morning. You can use the coupon with the designated at the designated restaurants. Please bear with me for a moment. We have a little time left, so we're going to spend some time for questions and answers. So do we have a microphone to go around? So Q&A session, short Q&A session before lunch. So we had the presentations, 4 presentations, and if you have any questions regarding the presentations, please raise your hand, then we will hand you a microphone. We had many different interesting presentations in the morning. So if there is any question from the floor, please feel free. If you can, please direct your question to a specific speaker. I am from Kiyoom. My name is Lee Jun-wan. I have a question to Professor Chang Hyung-jin. As per the clinical trial, so I was wondering about the track that you took, the research clinical trial. So what kind of position were you in when you were conducting this clinical trial? Was it for permit or was it for other purposes? So thank you for the good question. We wanted to do it for permit, but when we applied for the permit, but the FDA was very strict in their screening, in their assessment, and the scope was not just confined to small blood vessels, but our application covered large blood vessels as well. But everything did not go so well. Not everything went very well. So research purpose clinical trial was the final permit that we obtained. So we are aiming to prepare again. So we will complete this clinical trial at this round, but we will go for the for permit, and we're also aiming for ETC. It's a good medicine, so we intend to make it something that is enjoyed or something that benefits everyone. Many physicians are concerned whether it can be applied to Korean medicine, but if you have a product like this, the issues will come out. So and there will be debates and discussions, and that's good too. So we have to do something instead of waiting for change to come. So 경희 청혈단 is a very good medicine. So we are positive about its possibility in the future. So we are looking ahead for 10 years long term. The KFDA, the for permit application, you submitted a for permit application. What were the main issues specifically? There is not much to talk about there. Because it's an interesting track. The tracks are different for researchers and for market, but there is little difference between those two tracks. It depends on who evaluates the application. So, but no offense, but that's just my opinion. Thank you very much for the answer. Do we have additional questions? I think we have time for a couple more questions. The speakers have translation receivers, so please ask questions in the language of your choice. Please raise your hand if you have any question. 네, microphone, please.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Shina from Japan, and I have also one question for Dr. Chen. And thank you. So, for Japanese perspective, Japanese pharmaceutical companies are actually very hesitate to be allowed to sell in the U.S. or any other international market as OTC or food or supplements, because Japanese products or Japanese pharmaceutical products are allowed to be sold as prescription medicines, and if it is available as OTC or food and supplements in international market, that could be affect into the domestic market. And all right, so Japanese FDA could be banned to sell that product. In the prescription medicines, and that could be sold as OTC medicine even in Japan or domestic market. So if such concern could be also applied in Korean market, or yeah. So this is my question.
네, 일단은 일본에서의 약이 미국으로 나가고 그다음에 그것이 일본 시장
Japanese medicine is exported, and the market impact. I think that's the same in Korea. I'm thinking the domestic Korean market is quite small. So that's why we are looking at the US. That's fact. So that is why we're exporting to the US. But the US market has its own challenges. So when it all comes down to marketing, so first you have to have the permit to sell your products in the US, and then everything is about marketing. There are various strategies for marketing, and you can also work with influencers. So that is how things work in the US market. not just doing business offline. You should pursue both online and offline approaches. And another issue, when the market is sufficiently active, then it will pave the way for other products to be exported. It's just not products going to the overseas market, but traditional medicine physicians can also go to overseas market. So that's my answer. Thank you. Thank you very much for the answer. Do we have any additional question from the floor? Can we get the microphone, please? My name is Lee Sang-hoon from Kyunghee University. I have two questions, if I may.
So whenever we are developing products, well, for Taiwan, Korea, we have dualized medical products. So traditional medicines and physicians are there. However, whenever we come up with new product developments, well, Chinese medicines have prescriptions. They have their own criteria. However, whenever we try to extract ingredients from herbals, they have their own criteria for Chinese medicine professionals. So regarding these rights for prescriptions, what should be the criteria regarding the products that you mentioned? And my second question will be given to Mira from Arab Emirates. So in 2022, you mentioned that you are considering whether to accept the permissions for Korean medicine. So what are the examples? Are you trying to make sure that as long as you have the license for the Korean medicine, everything will be possible, or are there some restrictions? Maybe I can get the answer from the Professor Hwang from Taiwan first. Would that be okay?
Yes. Thank you for your... in Taiwan's experience, I think both the... we call it the fractionation or the isolation of pure compound is one approach. Whereas NICM or the product I mentioned about ON101, they are the kind of extract. So in Taiwan, first of all, if it's not serious concern about the toxicity or safety issues, then especially like the NICM 101 is commonly used 10 herb. So the safety concern is not so great. The other thing is that I think for the product using the kind of new combination like NICM1, generally for the drug license, it generally still requires the kind of prospective phase 3 study, which the Sun Tiantang company in Taiwan, they conducted, and at the end of Omicron. So I would say that generally for the new formula, you still need a prospective clinical trial in Taiwan. But the case of NICM is unique and unusual because the export license and EUA has already been issued considering that the safety profile is reassured. So I would say that the story of NICM still have some implication and is unusual trajectory, maybe for Korea or Japan to really think about. And I would like to emphasize again that eventually the indication and efficacy claim are not in Western medicine terms, but in traditional medicine terms. So in this way, I think there are more room. And this unusual case also gives us in Taiwan some confidence that even without the indication or efficacy claim, using traditional medicine terms, you still can reach even overseas and even prescribed by Chinese medical doctors. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 황희철 교수님의 답변이었고요. 계속해서 미이라 알하마디 과장님께서도 또 답변을 이어가 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네, 마이크 좀 전달 바로 부탁드릴게요.
Thank you so much for the question. If I understood it correctly, I believe in terms of scope of a practice for professional, it's already defined in the scope of practice for traditional complementary integrative medicine, as I explained in my presentation. However, in terms of using herbal medicine, it should be approved by Department of Health, as my colleague Dr. Dikra explained in her presentation. So the process of approval, the chain of approval from Ministry of Health and Prevention is a classification, and then getting the code from Department of Health Abu Dhabi. If that is approved, then the health or the licensed Korean medicine profession can use that medicine in Emirate of Abu Dhabi. Yeah, thank you.
네, 저희 추가 질문이 하나 더
So I think we have one more question from the person sitting at the back of the room. So let us give him the microphone.
I have a question for Dr. Tekra and Dr. Mira.
The main area that you're governing at the moment is currently in Abu Dhabi. But if we get an approval for a certain drug in Abu Dhabi, would that be applied to all of UAE, or is it just for Abu Dhabi? And I have one more. Okay, yeah.
Yes, hi. For the approval of a product as described, the federal body first need to approve it, to classify it, and then to give the approval, and to say review will be done by the federal body. So after this, the product is registered in the full UAE. Abu Dhabi part is the coding which allow the prescribing at Abu Dhabi side, and the reimbursement which is only specific for Abu Dhabi.
May I ask how long that one process would take?
Usually the MOHAB process take 3 to 5 months. However, Abu Dhabi process usually is fast, within 2 weeks. And sometime if the product is aimed for the reimbursement, the discussion can be in parallel as part of the HTA. So whenever you introduce the product to the UAE, you can apply for the MOHAB classification registration, and at the same time you approach DOH for the coding and the reimbursement discussion, which usually take 2 months if it's difficult product to decide about.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I just have one more question for Dr. Mira. I think Professor Lee had another question, but I think I'm also very curious in regards to this as well. So in order for Korean medicine doctors to practice in Abu Dhabi, I was curious if we had to sit an additional exam, or we can just apply and just register as a Korean medicine doctor and practice there.
So the qualification requirement and the experience is already defined in the PQR. So once the license is issued based on the qualification experience requirement, there is no additional examination required for health professional from Korea, because Korea is considered as tier 1 country in our PQR, which is exempted from the additional assessment required.
네, 고맙습니다. 저희 그러면 이상으로 준비된 Q&A 세션까지 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 발표로 미처 다 담지 못했고
And it was a very good opportunity to resolve our questions, which were not fully included in the presentation materials. Thank you very much. So that will be it of the morning session, and from now on, we are going to move on to lunch. I know that some of you have received your voucher for your lunch. You can use them in 5 restaurants in this building. So please keep that in mind, and I will see you exactly at 1:30 in the afternoon for our next session. So please enjoy your lunch, and I will see you at 1:30. Please be seated. Before then, I will see you a little later. Thank you.
What will the future of medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development.
For our healthy lives, Korean medicine is on the journey of finding solutions from nature and realizing them through science. Korean medicine has now evolved to go beyond Korea to heal the world, to provide the key health solution for the humanity. Korean medicine not only treats the human body with ingredients of nature, but also applies the wisdom of nature as the basic principle of medicine. Korean medicine finds solutions from nature to open the future of humanity's health. The nature-friendly value of Korean medicine is taking a lead beyond treatment to heal the people with future medicine. Korean medicine, with 5,000 years of history, is the key to the healthy lives of Koreans. The long history of Korean medicine is making a new path for the innovation of future medicine and the humanity's health. The wisdom of time carried by Korean medicine does not stay in the past or present. The infinite potentials found in the tradition and history of Korean medicine are expanding day by day. Korean medicine is evolving to the new future of medicine. It realizes the future of medicine by integrating the values of traditional medicine with the cutting-edge technology in modern science. The quality and safety of Korean medicine treatments are giving hope to the people around the world. Korean medicine focuses on people. Korean medicine pursues natural health. Korean medicine is taking the lead to take care of the health of humanity. Korean medicine continues to build trust in many ways. Korean medicine continues to develop through the integration with modern science. Korean medicine leads precision medicine by combining with information and communications technology. Korean medicine is evolving to the future of medicine for people of the world.
What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market, and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development. What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market, and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development.
For our healthy lives, Korean medicine is on the journey of finding solutions from nature and realizing them through science. Korean medicine has now evolved to go beyond Korea to heal the world, to provide the key health solution for the humanity. Korean medicine not only treats the human body with ingredients of nature, but also applies the wisdom of nature as the basic principle of medicine. Korean medicine finds solutions from nature to open the future of humanity's health. The nature-friendly value of Korean medicine is taking a lead beyond treatment to heal the people with future medicine. Korean medicine, with 5,000 years of history, is the key to the healthy lives of Koreans. The long history of Korean medicine is making a new path for the innovation of future medicine and the humanity's health. The wisdom of time carried by Korean medicine does not stay in the past or present. The infinite potentials found in the tradition and history of Korean medicine are expanding day by day. Korean medicine is evolving to the new future of medicine. It realizes the future of medicine by integrating the values of traditional medicine with the cutting-edge technology in modern science. The quality and safety of Korean medicine treatments are giving hope to the people around the world. Korean medicine focuses on people. Korean medicine pursues natural health. Korean medicine is taking the lead to take care of the health of humanity. Korean medicine continues to build trust in many ways. Korean medicine continues to develop through the integration with modern science. Korean medicine leads precision medicine by combining with information and communications technology. Korean medicine is evolving to the future of medicine for people of the world.
What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market. and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development. What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean Medicine Clinical Practice Guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. we develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market, and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development.
For our healthy lives, Korean medicine is on the journey of finding solutions from nature and realizing them through science. Korean medicine has now evolved to go beyond Korea to heal the world, to provide the key health solution for the humanity. Korean medicine not only treats the human body with ingredients of nature, but also applies the wisdom of nature as the basic principle of medicine. Korean medicine finds solutions from nature to open the future of humanity's health. The nature-friendly value of Korean medicine is taking a lead beyond treatment to heal the people with future medicine. Korean medicine, with 5,000 years of history, is the key to the healthy lives of Koreans. The long history of Korean medicine is making a new path for the innovation of future medicine and the humanity's health. The wisdom of time carried by Korean medicine does not stay in the past or present. The infinite potentials found in the tradition and history of Korean medicine are expanding day by day. Korean medicine is evolving to the new future of medicine. It realizes the future of medicine by integrating the values of traditional medicine with the cutting-edge technology in modern science. The quality and safety of Korean medicine treatments are giving hope to the people around the world. Korean medicine focuses on people. Korean medicine pursues natural health. Korean medicine is taking the lead to take care of the health of humanity. Korean medicine continues to build trust in many ways. Korean medicine continues to develop through the integration with modern science. Korean medicine leads precision medicine by combining with information and communications technology. Korean medicine is evolving to the future of medicine for people of the world.
What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market, and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development. What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market, and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development.
For our healthy lives, Korean medicine is on the journey of finding solutions from nature and realizing them through science. Korean medicine has now evolved to go beyond Korea to heal the world, to provide the key health solution for the humanity. Korean medicine not only treats the human body with ingredients of nature, but also applies the wisdom of nature as the basic principle of medicine. Korean medicine finds solutions from nature to open the future of humanity's health. The nature-friendly value of Korean medicine is taking a lead beyond treatment to heal the people with future medicine. Korean medicine, with 5,000 years of history, is the key to the healthy lives of Koreans. The long history of Korean medicine is making a new path for the innovation of future medicine and the humanity's health. The wisdom of time carried by Korean medicine does not stay in the past or present. The infinite potentials found in the tradition and history of Korean medicine are expanding day by day. Korean medicine is evolving to the new future of medicine. It realizes the future of medicine by integrating the values of traditional medicine with the cutting-edge technology in modern science. The quality and safety of Korean medicine treatments are giving hope to the people around the world. Korean medicine focuses on people. Korean medicine pursues natural health. Korean medicine is taking the lead to take care of the health of humanity. Korean medicine continues to build trust in many ways. Korean medicine continues to develop through the integration with modern science. Korean medicine leads precision medicine by combining with information and communications technology. Korean medicine is evolving to the future of medicine for people of the world.
What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market. and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development. What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market, and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development.
For our healthy lives, Korean medicine is on the journey of finding solutions from nature and realizing them through science. Korean medicine has now evolved to go beyond Korea to heal the world, to provide the key health solution for the humanity. Korean medicine not only treats the human body with ingredients of nature, but also applies the wisdom of nature as the basic principle of medicine. Korean medicine finds solutions from nature to open the future of humanity's health. The nature-friendly value of Korean medicine is taking a lead beyond treatment to heal the people with future medicine. Korean medicine, with 5,000 years of history, is the key to the healthy lives of Koreans. The long history of Korean medicine is making a new path for the innovation of future medicine and the humanity's health. The wisdom of time carried by Korean medicine does not stay in the past or present. The infinite potentials found in the tradition and history of Korean medicine are expanding day by day. Korean medicine is evolving to the new future of medicine. It realizes the future of medicine by integrating the values of traditional medicine with the cutting-edge technology in modern science. The quality and safety of Korean medicine treatments are giving hope to the people around the world. Korean medicine focuses on people. Korean medicine pursues natural health. Korean medicine is taking the lead to take care of the health of humanity. Korean medicine continues to build trust in many ways. Korean medicine continues to develop through the integration with modern science. Korean medicine leads precision medicine by combining with information and communications technology. Korean medicine is evolving to the future of medicine for people of the world.
What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market, and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development. What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market, and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development.
For our healthy lives, Korean medicine is on the journey of finding solutions from nature and realizing them through science. Korean medicine has now evolved to go beyond Korea to heal the world, to provide the key health solution for the humanity. Korean medicine not only treats the human body with ingredients of nature, but also applies the wisdom of nature as the basic principle of medicine. Korean medicine finds solutions from nature to open the future of humanity's health. The nature-friendly value of Korean medicine is taking a lead beyond treatment to heal the people with future medicine. Korean medicine, with 5,000 years of history, is the key to the healthy lives of Koreans. The long history of Korean medicine is making a new path for the innovation of future medicine and the humanity's health. The wisdom of time carried by Korean medicine does not stay in the past or present. The infinite potentials found in the tradition and history of Korean medicine are expanding day by day. Korean medicine is evolving to the new future of medicine. It realizes the future of medicine by integrating the values of traditional medicine with the cutting-edge technology in modern science. The quality and safety of Korean medicine treatments are giving hope to the people around the world. Korean medicine focuses on people. Korean medicine pursues natural health. Korean medicine is taking the lead to take care of the health of humanity. Korean medicine continues to build trust in many ways. Korean medicine continues to develop through the integration with modern science. Korean medicine leads precision medicine by combining with information and communications technology. Korean medicine is evolving to the future of medicine for people of the world.
What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market. and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development. What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. we develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market, and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development.
For our healthy lives, Korean medicine is on the journey of finding solutions from nature and realizing them through science. Korean medicine has now evolved to go beyond Korea to heal the world, to provide the key health solution for the humanity. Korean medicine not only treats the human body with ingredients of nature, but also applies the wisdom of nature as the basic principle of medicine. Korean medicine finds solutions from nature to open the future of humanity's health. The nature-friendly value of Korean medicine is taking a lead beyond treatment to heal the people with future medicine. Korean medicine, with 5,000 years of history, is the key to the healthy lives of Koreans. The long history of Korean medicine is making a new path for the innovation of future medicine and the humanity's health. The wisdom of time carried by Korean medicine does not stay in the past or present. The infinite potentials found in the tradition and history of Korean medicine are expanding day by day. Korean medicine is evolving to the new future of medicine. It realizes the future of medicine by integrating the values of traditional medicine with the cutting-edge technology in modern science. The quality and safety of Korean medicine treatments are giving hope to the people around the world. Korean medicine focuses on people. Korean medicine pursues natural health. Korean medicine is taking the lead to take care of the health of humanity. Korean medicine continues to build trust in many ways. Korean medicine continues to develop through the integration with modern science. Korean medicine leads precision medicine by combining with information and communications technology. Korean medicine is evolving to the future of medicine for people of the world.
What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market, and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development. What will the future of Korean medicine look like? It will be a world of diagnoses made using AI and big data, and personalized precision medical services. Korean medicine is changing beyond our expectations and imagination. Korean medicine, with clinical information systematically accumulated over 5,000 years, transforms the future of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We are leading these changes and innovations and raising the value of Korean medicine. Our work begins with the scientific clarification and standardization of Korean medicine. Through this, we are building public trust in Korean medicine and realizing its innovative industrialization. How can we improve the safety and quality of Korean medicine? What policies are needed to bring Korean medicine closer to the people? What are the possibilities and potential of Korean medicine throughout the world? As the nation's only agency that promotes Korean medicine, we are constantly looking for innovative solutions by integrating tradition with cutting-edge technology. Korean medicine clinical practice guidelines for safer and more scientific medical practices, and the Clinical Data Big Data Hub for smarter and more professional resources, are strengthening the pulse of innovation in Korean medicine, which has thrived for over 5,000 years. We conduct in-depth studies to raise the value of Korean medicine. We develop both new and original therapeutic technologies based on scientific principles and methods, and find greater possibilities by demonstrating the safety and effectiveness of Korean medicine. Every research we do challenges us to take the initiative in the future medicine market, and is part of our journey to build a new industrial innovation ecosystem. We support product development by companies and research institutes with effective medicinal herbal ingredients, providing new treatments for infectious and chronic diseases using sound theories and accumulated clinical expertise. Korean medicine, the forerunner of personalized medical care and a true leader of the future medical industry, is opening a new healthcare paradigm with an evidence-based system that everyone can trust. Korean medicine is rooted in Korea, but its future is out in the world. We're constantly growing our network of support and cooperation to meet global standards. By providing the best medical care to patients from overseas, and education and research opportunities for students and medical service providers, as well as Korean cultural medical contents to more and more people around the world. We are now at the center of K-Medi and life care, going beyond healthcare. We are gaining the attention of the whole world by raising the brand value of Korean medicine in the traditional medicine sector. We are working with local and global citizens to create a sustainable future for the healthcare industry. National Institute for Korean Medicine Development.
Did you enjoy lunch? Okay, I believe you did. Then let us now resume the 2025 International Symposium on Traditional Medicine. We will have session 4 and 5 this afternoon. Session 4 is about international healthcare cooperation and WHO's global traditional medicine strategy. We will have 3 presentations followed by discussion.
So the very first presentation is going to be about overview of the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Strategy 2025 to 2034, which will be carried out by Technical Officer An Sang-yeon. So please give him a very big round of applause. But before that, just wanted to make you a notification. He could not make it with us today, so we are going to turn on the video that we recorded in advance. So why don't we get started with the video? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is An Sang-yeon, and I'm a member of NICOM and currently working at WHO headquarters as a secondman. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy in 2025 ISTM. So today's presentation will focus on 3 main points. First, WHO's journey with traditional medicine. Second, the third global survey carried out in the process of preparing for traditional medicine strategy. And third, finally, outline of the new WHO Global Traditional Medicine Strategy for 2025 to 2034, which is going to be the next 10 years. The WHO began as a working group in Geneva in 1976. It has been nearly 50 years old this year, and many events have occurred along the way. The first WHO strategy was developed in 2002, and the second WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy from 2014 to 2023, which has been sunset recently, has been extended to 2025 and recently has been sunset. And as you may know, in 2019, the Traditional Medicine chapter of ICT 11 was created, and in 2022, the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine was established in Jamnagar, India, and the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy for 2023 to 2025 was also developed. Throughout this process, there have been several significant declarations, not only in traditional medicine, but also in the public health field. As you may know, in 1978, the Alma-Ata Primary Healthcare Strategy was established, and in 2018, its 40th anniversary was celebrated, including a commitment to the inclusion of traditional medical knowledge and traditional medicine. And in 2019, traditional medicine was included in the UN General Assembly resolution for the first time, and this was reaffirmed in 2023. During the process, WHO conducted 3 global surveys on traditional medicine. Second, let me briefly discuss about the global survey. Of course, Korea participated in this survey as well, which was conducted over a period of nearly a year from April 2023 to March 2024. As mentioned earlier, these results were utilized in the traditional medicine strategy. Furthermore, the results from the past 3 rounds were compiled into an online dashboard. This was launched during the last World Health Assembly, and its content is broadly divided into 2 sections. A country profile, which provides an overview of each country's traditional medicine status, and a global dashboard, which provides comprehensive global and regional information. They are all currently available on the WHO website, so why don't you go and access it as well? Furthermore, we are almost about to publish the report, which is in its final stages of preparation. The cover of this report looks like what you see on the right side, and it acknowledges a contribution of the Korean government to the conduct of the 3rd global survey and the preparation of this report. So let's take a quick look at the details. As you know, traditional medicine is used for non-communicable diseases in many cases, amounting to 76%. It's also used for prevention, palliative care, medical treatment, and rehabilitation. Furthermore, in this survey, we included infectious diseases like COVID-19, and 12% of member states reported that they were actively using it. While there was a slight increase compared to 2012, coverage of traditional medicine overall remains still weak. The 2023 results, which were similar to those in 2018, demonstrate the need for further strengthening in this area. Similarly, while many countries have national essential medicines lists, most do not include traditional medicine or herbal medicines at the moment. Only 17% of the total 194 member states included traditional medicines in their essential medicine lists. However, similar to the weaknesses of herbal medicines in Korea, many countries have used or are using pharmacopoeias. Based on this, the WHO is preparing to develop an international pharmacopoeias of herbal medicines. As those working in clinical practice know, traditional medicine is often used in the private sector. The fact that this has been quantified is significant, as in reality, only about 14% of traditional medicines are used in the public sector. Bridging this gap could serve as a foundation for strengthening insurance coverage, as mentioned earlier, and for examining how we can integrate traditional medicine into our national health system. It is argued that traditional medicine is widely used worldwide, and the actual figures range from as little as 20% to as much as 80%. A similar question was actually asked in the recent survey. While a small number of member states responded, the 67% who responded indicated that at least 40 to 90% of their citizens were actually utilizing traditional medicine. However, as was evident in the 2013 traditional medicine strategies, challenges faced by member states persisted. Data for the traditional medicine strategy was severely lacking, and also financial support for conducting traditional medicine research was also lacking. Numerous challenges persist, and to overcome these challenges, a new traditional medicine strategy was developed. Now, in the final session, let me explain the traditional medicine strategy. In fact, for the past 2 years, we have come a very long journey. Officially, the World Health Assembly in May 2023 called for the development of a traditional medicines strategy. The first draft was released around June, July, and August, and an expert meeting, including professor from Kyunghee University in Korea, was held in Geneva in November 2023. Following this, online consultations with representatives from indigenous peoples and other stakeholders were conducted from April to May, and this was followed by a review of the document with member states from 6 WHO regional offices from June to August of last year. These findings were all compiled and two global consultations were held at the WHO headquarters in Geneva from August to September, inviting all WHO headquarters representatives. Reflecting these insights, the document was revised in October, November, and December and submitted to the Executive Board in February of 2025. Normally, once submitted to the Executive Board, it would be approved and smoothly progress to the World Health Assembly in May. That would be the normal process. However, due to objections and opinions from some member states, additional meetings were held. So from March to April and even into mid-May, we were still revising the final sentences. And during this process, we conducted one regional consultation and 2 times of global consultations. In fact, we've been working tirelessly for the past 2 years, gathering input from each member state and stakeholder to develop a strategy to reduce the text to 5,000 characters. Throughout this process, we received support and encouragement from many member states. So let me briefly discuss what Korea has contributed. As I mentioned earlier, the decision to develop a new traditional medicine strategy was made at the World Health Assembly in May 2023. To this end, 13 WHO member states, including Korea, officially raised the need to develop traditional medicine strategy in November 2022 and the previous year. In 2023, the Executive Board submitted a request to the World Health Assembly requesting an extension of the existing strategy until 2025 and the development of a new strategy within that period. So the director of the Division of Korean Medicine Policy at the Ministry of Health and Welfare, closely monitoring this development, internally decided to host a WHO Western Pacific Regional Office member state meeting in Korea in the second half of 2023 to contribute to the development of the traditional medicine strategy. Ahead of the meeting, the National Institute for Korean Medicine Development held an expert meeting with relevant organizations on the development of a new traditional medicine strategy from November 28th to 30th to gather domestic opinions. Therefore, we reviewed the drafts available up to that point and actively incorporated the opinions of the Korean traditional medicine community. Professor Kim Hyung-suk attended and effectively delivered the content as a representative. And in April to May of 2024, the Korean traditional medicine community participated in the online public review process. In July, the National Institute for Korean Medicine Development, NICOM, hosted another domestic expert meeting for a midterm review of the strategy. In conjunction with this, the WHO Regional Office for the Western Pacific and the NICOM jointly hosted the WHO Regional Office for the Western Pacific Member States meeting in Seoul. Starting in February 2025, with the support of Korea, a member of the Publishers Executive Board, and the member states from Asia, Africa, and Latin America, the new traditional medicine strategy was finally adopted at the World Health Assembly in May. During this process, with the support of the Division of Korean Medicine Policy at the Ministry of Health and Welfare, the Korean Association of Korean Medicine and the National Institute for Korean Medicine Development participated in global health initiatives, providing significant support and providing valuable insights. This provided a valuable opportunity to reflect the voices of the Korean medicine community at side events held in many countries. The document on the right contains a WHO traditional medicine strategy for 2025 till 2034, which you can find on the WHO website. The content is also available on the website, and the final design is currently in the final stages of printing. If all goes as planned, publication is expected around September, and the NICOM is officially in contact to translate it into Korean language. There have been various discussions over the past 2 years, so to put it simply, it began with a question of whether this should be a WHO traditional medicine strategy or a traditional complementary and integrative medicine strategy. The main title is decided to be traditional medicine strategy, and the content is organized into a structure that provides definitions of each traditional medicine, complementary medicine, and integrative medicine. The definition of traditional medicine has also been slightly revised, and with the notable inclusion of the expression scientifically advanced and currently being used. Furthermore, in the area of complementary medicine, European member states have revised existing definitions, arguing that the existing definition did not fit their own countries. Furthermore, in integrative medicine, a new field that did not previously exist, several definitions of integrative medicine from the US and other countries have been incorporated into this revised definition. All of this will be incorporated into the official definition of the new book, Traditional Medicine Strategy, soon to be published. It consists largely of a vision, goals, guiding principles, and 4 objectives, each with 1 or 2 directions, and actions for each member state, stakeholders, and the WHO Secretariat. As mentioned earlier, due to WHO regulations, we have condensed all of this content into 5,000 characters, which may be a bit broad, but we try to make as many details as possible concrete. As you can see here, the vision is to achieve universal health coverage through traditional medicine strategies, and with that, to achieve health and well-being. Similarly, this means enabling traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine to contribute to achieving the highest level of health in the field at WHO. Starting with evidence-based medicine, we also presented 9 guiding principles, including equity, and in between the rights of indigenous people, culture and health, and holism. These principles, although they seem to be on the opposites, are all integrated. Based on those guiding principles, we propose to carry out the 4 strategic objectives. As you can see here, this has been changed several times. To put it simply, these 4 are interconnected. So first and foremost, ultimately, evidence-based regulations are essential because WHO, after all, is an evidence-based science. Therefore, we establish regulations based on evidence, and to this end, we integrate useful information into traditional national health systems. And we also establish a framework for traditional medicine to collaborate and expand across various fields, including not only the medical field, but also other areas like the environment, resources, and intellectual property rights, and so on. You can explore all of these details, but I'll briefly touch on 3 points and conclude my presentation. Direction 1.2, as you can see from the title, emphasize utilizing technological advancements. Therefore, we emphasize that traditional medicine, while retaining its long-standing traditions, must evolve by utilizing new and emerging technologies and adapting to the current conditions and needs of today's citizens. So this is suggesting that traditional medicine can be further revitalized by utilizing not only AI, but also real-world data, various technologies, and new cutting-edge technologies. Second, it signifies the integration and utilization of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine across the entire life cycle. This action, which includes clinical guidelines, the Korean Standard Clinical Practice Guidelines for Herbal Medicine, which have been implemented as national projects in Korea since 2015, can be further expanded and serve as a foundation for contributing to global health. Furthermore, Direction 3.2 also includes initiatives like the global network of reference clinical centers, which enable hospitals and clinics in Korea to expand collaboration based on key data. Finally, I'll just mention only the title. This is a bit lengthy, so I recommend you to review it yourself. So first, the title itself incorporates the concept of One Health, a fundamental aspect of the direction. We put a lot of effort into revising this to One Health. This content, along with the actual text, includes a statement about contributing to One Health from a traditional medicine perspective. So this may be a bit unfamiliar to you, but the reason I'm mentioning this is to highlight one of the key developments that occurred during the WHO World Health Assembly in May. So in other words, while the adoption of the new traditional medicine strategy was the most significant event for us, the adoption of the pandemic agreement on May 20th may be the most significant for WHO global health. However, within this pandemic agreement, the One Health concept appears in several subheadings, even within each chapter, suggesting that the pandemic agreement will be conducted under the One Health notion. In light of this, contributing to the One Health from the perspective of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, along with the One Health notion of traditional medicine strategy, can be seen as a point of intersection between the pandemic agreement and the traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. In fact, the pandemic agreement already explicitly includes the utilization of societal resources, including traditional medicine. So therefore, it would be beneficial to further develop this aspect in the future. So this is going to be the very final slide. While there's a lot of good news, as you know, the US government opted out from the WHO, which is currently going through a substantial restructuring of the organization. So what you see on the screen is merely the draft version of the organizational chart that was published in article last April. So during that April reorganization, the Global Center for Traditional Medicine, which you may not see very clearly, was established as a separate department within the health system to address traditional medicine. So to put it simply, it's like having a division of Korean medicine inside of the Ministry of Health and Welfare. It was established as a department, and in July and August, the center in India and the TCI division in WHO Geneva were merged to form a single department. The final organizational chart is expected to be released around September, I believe. So from its Geneva location, the Jamnagar Center in India has been elevated to the status of a department within WHO responsible for traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, and we are poised to welcome the new year with this new status. I would like to thank you So that was a very brief presentation, and once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity for delivering this presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, that was a presentation from Technical Officer An Sang-young. While he could not make it with us together, he delivered a lot of contents with the video pre-recorded. So it was a very good opportunity to take a look at the future direction.
Now, let us move on to the second presentation, which will be delivered by Director Lee Eun-kyung, Department of Korean Medicine Policy, National Institute for Korean Medicine Development. Please welcome the speaker with a big hand. Good afternoon. I am from NICOM. I am a director. My name is Lee Eun-kyung. You must be a little sleepy, so do some stretches and so do what you need to do to refresh. So to make sure that we are in our healthy state, so everybody awake. So today we're going to talk about WHO new strategy in terms of primary care and education integration. In the earlier presentation, the speaker explained about the process of coming up with WHO strategies. So we have to move towards One Health, that's the broad declaration. Then how traditional medicine or TM is utilized in that context. And not just emphasizing the importance, but we need specific strategies. And one of them is education strategy. The reason is that not only in Korea, but also in other countries, we experienced the pandemic and other situations. So primary care is increasingly important. So we are focusing on the potential of the power of primary care. The new strategy was announced this year and it will be enforced this year. So I will say the term TM as a traditional medicine. It was used quite in abstract terms, but I will speak about integration of education, how specifically TM can contribute to the successful implementation of the strategy. First of all, primary care situation in Korea, and then I'll move on to the key elements, and then I'll touch upon the key strategies and how things are done globally in terms of education integration. So I will speak about the Korean situation, but this is something that applies to the entire world with the aging population. The medical expenditure and patient visits are increasing, of course, over time. So the older they are, the medical expenditure and use of medical services are on the rise. So from 2018 to 2022, the elderly use medical services a lot, and this is an upward movement because the technology develops and the services available are increasing as well. So even though the population is increasing, the expenditure is also increasing as well. That's when the importance of primary care comes in. So light diseases or chronic diseases can be taken care of using the resources in the local community and local clinics. The primary care in Korea is not working very well. I don't know how many of you can recall, but last year there was a massive strike among Korean physicians last year because the government, they were against the plan to increase the quota of medical practitioners. So there was a huge gap of provision of primary care. And many problems were pointed out at that time. And to resolve those issues, it was suggested that primary care should play a bigger role. And after that, so the request was quite strong. As you can see in the graph, the medical cost is similar to the average. It's not so high, but the increasing rate as per the speed of the increase is very high. The reason is that the use of medical services is excessively high. If you look at the inpatient and outpatient, it's among the highest in the world. So inpatient visits are very frequent, and comprehensive services are not developed sufficiently, so medical expenditure is going up so rapidly. That is why government is pursuing to strengthen primary care. So this is what is called policy package to strengthen primary or essential health care. We're working with local practitioners, and we're working to reform the system. So the previous administration and this administration are putting a lot of emphasis on this, and some of the physicians were against this policy, and strikes has been prolonged, and some of them are not back yet in the field. Having said that, it was pointed out earlier, it's not just in Korea, but in other countries globally, that fostering quality medical professionals is very important. So we need more of good quality, highly qualified medical practitioners. But throughout the pandemic, it was emphasized, the issue was emphasized, the lack of physicians. The physicians are having a hard time, and everyone wants to work in a good city and a good institution. So primary healthcare providers were not sufficient, and quality was also the problem. In the US, for example, with the Obamacare, they emphasized the primary care, but there were not enough physicians. So private care providers was the term they used. So physicians and nurses and specialty nurses and assistants, they were recategorized as a primary care provider. So they expanded the scope of primary care, and they tried to nurture professionals. And this is something that is emphasized all around the world. And also WHO is a strategy. In the context of WHO strategy, primary care is very important. In the second part, so I will speak about some key elements in this effort. This is repeatedly emphasized. As you all know, it should be continuous and comprehensive medical service, and more specifically, first contact, accessibility, continuity, and adaptability are the key elements, are among the key elements. So every patient needs to be able to use the services when necessary, along with prevention and rehabilitation in a very comprehensive manner. We also need continuity and collaboration with the local resources and local community. And nowadays, in the local communities, for these comprehensive services, there is effort regarding multidisciplinary approaches. So we call this core workforce physicians, nurses, and coordinators and administrators, and social workers. We also have social workers and physical therapists and pharmacists. So these multi-disciplinary team should be playing a much bigger role in the primary care sector. So these are the key elements. So various personnel working together for the purpose of providing primary care within the education and institutions. And next, when it comes to integration, the graphs are not so visible, but it can be structural, it can be functional, normative, from normative to multidisciplinary collaboration. So further to, it should be integrated at a very broad level. These are the details. As I mentioned before, from structural to functional, normative to multidisciplinary. So integration within this process is necessary. And next, so third chapter, As Dr. An said, this is a new strategy, and in this context, integration is evolving, and let us take a look at this. In the previous 10-year strategy, it dealt with institutionalization, national licensing system. So simply put, how to educate TM practitioners and how to integrate them into the mainstream medicine. So in many countries, evidence-based institutionalization and teaching TM in the university curricula were done. And for this new strategy, and this strategy, discussion on this strategy began about 5 years ago. So in 2023, it was said that education, curricular development and standardization, scope expansion, but also the existing professionals, including physicians and other professionals, should be also benefit from the new curriculum. And this new strategy contains this specific content. It emphasizes One Health, research and evidence-based science and evidence. So in education, we talk about traditional doctors' education and TM doctors' education and the integration of the two. So, as I was preparing for this presentation, we had a lot of discussion in the past. So this integrated education, we call it integrated education. In the US and in Europe, they are part of the regular curriculum as we observe the WHO One Health strategy. And according to that strategy, the US and EU are integrating their curricula into their strategy, and they are trying to integrate TM into the mainstream education. And to achieve One Health, they are trying to integrate TM within the primary care, and also they are expanding various medical services and activities. In the U.S., is American Public Health Association advocates for a national framework to integrate traditional, complementary, and integrative healthcare, and it includes indigenous people's right to health and rights-based framework. And primary care and public health should aspire for a system that with integrated system. And it requires regulation, education, and ensuring accessibility. I mentioned Obamacare before. The medical expense in the US is very high, and opioid, painkillers is another issue. So they emphasize primary care a lot. So it is recommended that they use TM practices, and they are establishing their own frameworks for that. So these are the specifics, including framework for integration, right to health, indigenous people's rights, evidence-based approach, research and data. So biomedical physicians education should embrace these kind of content. This is from APHA. They are developing this specific board. And They are suggesting this is certification in integrative medicine, and they are coming up with various certification systems responding to the demands of doctors, and they are establishing committees to introduce the license system for TM doctors. So I was preparing this presentation, and there was so much information, and I just brought the case of the US, and I'm sure that EU has something similar. They have various systems to educate practitioners, and the cross-cutting theme of all them is that the science-based education should be provided to conventional doctors too, and to develop that further, internal regulation and systems are necessary. And this is something commonly introduced in many of the countries. So, One Health, the value of One Health, and One Health focuses on primary care and how to utilize TM in the context of One Health, and how countries are doing in this regard, and how they are doing the integration work. And then in Korea, I talked about Korean situation briefly before. We have shortage of doctors, and primary care is not so developed. And we try to increase the number of doctors, but it met a strong resistance. Therefore, more than any other country, we have higher challenge when it comes to integration of TM, and we need to work harder. But reversely, medical colleges, whether they are doing the education or the TM schools, are they teaching biomedical content? So these kind of questions should be asked within ourselves. Now, I cannot talk about everything here, but the agenda integration, and it is part of the WHO's new strategy, and NICOM played a big role in the process. And whether genuine integration is happening in Korea at the medical schools or TM schools, and whether they are communicating with each other, and in the real world, is it really working in Korea? So those are the questions that we must be able to answer, and also we should address in forums like this. So that brings up to the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. She talked about the changes of primary care and WHO's new TM strategy and necessity for education integration. Thank you for the meaningful presentation.
So now let's move on to the third presentation, which is entitled as Implications of Artificial Intelligence for International Health Cooperation and WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy, which will be carried out by Professor Lee Gyu-jae at Wonju Medical Department of Yonsei University. So first of all, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Health and Welfare and also the NICOM for giving me this opportunity to deliver my presentation. So my presentation will be the implications of artificial intelligence for international health cooperation and WHO traditional medicine strategy. So my presentation is composed of total 3 parts. First, global health and traditional medicine, and second, relationship between AI and traditional medicine. So actually, number 1 and 2 are under the same context. And third, AI application in traditional medicine for global health. So it's been about 30 years that I started my voluntary activities in overseas. So my first region was Western Africa, which is one of the most vulnerable areas when it comes to medical devices. A lot of people are losing their lives. So most of my patients were affected by malaria. So in the past, up till now, we have a lot of patients. So I prescribe them medications for 3 days that will help their survival. But before that, up till the point we developed the medicine, a lot of patients infected with malaria lost their lives. But thanks to the medicine development, a lot of people are now surviving. So these are the drugs that I collected, sold at pharmaceutical stores. They all have artemisinin ingredients. And with this ingredient, a lot of people could survive. And this is something that can be extracted from this plant, Artemisia annua, and it had a very interesting story. So we all knew that Artemisia annua was effective, but once we extracted and boiled it, we moved on to experiment, but it was found to be not effective. But then what we found out is that we have to not boil it, but try to juice it out. And once we conducted experiment, it turned out to be effective. And the malaria medication from that played a very big role in saving a lot of people's lives. And only in 2015, at the age of 84, she was becoming the next Nobel Prize winner because she has contributed in saving a lot of people's lives. So this is when I was in China. I don't do voluntary activities in China anymore, but it was from the past. So when going to China, I bring a lot of drugs. But then the residents of China was requesting for one same thing. Rather than having Western medication, they were asking for traditional medication. So they have a lot of wide range of herbal medicines. So they have wide range, something very good for their heart, something good for their cardiovascular, and so on. So I obtained a very wide range of herbal medicine and try to consult with my patients. And starting from 2015, I carried out the project by the government. So as a very first project by KOICA, I went to one region in Nepal in order to improve the public health care. So the volume was about like 10 billion, and I think I was taking a break as my role in professor, so I was a total manager in this project. So the most important thing is integrating a lot of different aspects. So the most important thing is to build hospitals, give support regarding medical devices, equipment, and train the medical professions. But back then, actually the name of this region was Tikapur. Those hospitals, medical centers, equipment, devices, I knew that we needed something more. So for the residents, I carried out some different projects. Well, they already had their doctors and nurses and so on. So in front of the local clinic, a lot of doctors were selling their drugs. So I tried to visit this place quite a lot of times. So what I felt interesting is that in those clinics, they had x-rays. So I was asking myself, is it really possible to use an x-ray in these pharmaceutical drugs? I still remember the answer. X-ray is science and technology. Science and technology should be used by anyone, whoever can. And I felt like that answer made sense. Well, X-ray is something very risky and dangerous. However, as long as you can guarantee its safety, of course, this technology shall be used by anyone who want to. That's what I felt. And in order to improve the health conditions of these residents, what I felt like they have a lot of mosquito, and the disease is quite common. So we have something called citronella. It's very similar to lemongrass. So they have abundant of citronella. So I thought that citronella oil could work for mosquito bites. I worked on experiments together with the staff there at the hospital, and then I adopted only to the one side of the leg. So the leg adopted with citronella oil did not have any mosquito bites at all. But regarding the other side of the legs where you did not adopt the oil, you were constantly bitten by mosquitoes. So after this confirmation. Since the drug is too expensive, I thought that the residents should use citronella oil to protect themselves from mosquitoes. So this experiment was conducted in our hospital. So 3 years later, I made a report to the global publication. So in order to prevent mosquito-borne diseases, I made a report that citronella oil proved to be very effective. So since this was a national hospital, you had to go through a lot of administrative papers. And it turns out that you had to provide those drugs for free. However, it's not always easy due to financial constraints. So in this village, they had a lot of herbs and medications. And a lot of people were growing those herbs. So we used to open seminar once a month. So all those relevant people were invited. Of course, a doctor and people who are growing the herbs as well. So we wanted to identify what kind of herbs they have, what kind of herbs are growing there, how they should be taking those herbs for their health. And we also found out that there were quite a lot of diabetic patients, but the drugs were so expensive for them, so we wanted to improve their health conditions, so we did not know what to do. But then we found out that bitter melon juice would be effective for diabetic patients, so we all gathered together and wanted to find out how it's going to be effective for the patients, especially regarding the sugar level of the body. So one group had to drink 1 glass of bitter melon juice, one group did not drink anything, and the group who did drink bitter melon juice, their sugar level dropped dramatically within just 2 or 3 hours. So this is very easily found out in the market. So we thought that if they could not access to the expensive drugs, they should at least drink bitter melon juice on a regular basis. And next thing, we found out that we could come up with a poster for household health promotion with plans so that they can at least have a minimal level of health conditions. So we came up with these posters. So for example, which herbs are good for cancer? For example, amala is very abundant with vitamins and so on. So for example, if you just delivered a birth and if you take this herb, you can have a lot of milk for your baby. So we try to come up with important information and have consultation with the local doctors, and then came up with these posters so that we could educate the local residents and disseminate the information. So not only in the past, but also for now, not necessarily a poor country, underdeveloped country. So it's always a good idea to try to utilize the herb around you to protect your health. So it's going to be very contributing to the health condition of the people worldwide. So next will be the relationship between AI and traditional medicine. So I have tried to come up with what I felt based on my experience regarding the relationship between AI and traditional medicine. So for the past thousands of years in traditional medicine, what has been the most critical part? Qi, always. So qi is a vital life force or energy that animates the body and sustains all living beings. So this is the basic background of traditional medicine. So in the past, we did not have any scientific knowledge about it, but now with the scientific development, we know what we're talking about. So qi is the energy for our body. Our body has qi, and only when the flow is smooth, we become healthy. So then what exactly is qi and what exactly is life? So even up till this period, it was not easy to prove where the living beings came from. So 2 years ago, NASA had a very big festival. So with a 1 trillion budget, they carry out an aeroplane and came up with a project called Osiris-Rex. And then they sent a sample of Earth from the space. So you can see what the NASA administrator, Bill Nelson, said. Almost everything we do at NASA seeks to answer questions about who we are and where we come from. So they invested all those efforts for 7 years to find out where we come from, where there is any carbon inside of the Earth or not. So even up till now, we were not able to find out where we came from. So there is one common thing that all scientists agree with. They do not know where life came from, but one thing for sure is that we all have cells, and they all lead up from atom to the organism. So cell is just a one single room, and when cell is alive, we have proteins inside of it. But then along with that chain, scientists have found out that life is actually starting from the basic level atom, leading all the way up to organisms. So our body is composed of water, protein, minerals, carbohydrate, and so on. And the electron will be creating all the energy that will be vital for life to be alive. But then what or where do the elements of our bodies come from? After the Big Bang took place very long time ago, we are having these electrons in our bodies that keep us alive. So there are two elements that keep us alive. In the initial period of Big Bang, you can see that electron and fog were playing vital roles. So all those matters are functioning to keep us energy, and our body is formed of electron. So atom, this is how all living things are composed of quarks and electrons. So a Nobel Prize winner, physicist Schrödinger, came up with this statement. Matter and energy seem granular in structure, and so does life, but not so mind. And actually, Einstein said the exactly same thing. Everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality, and you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. And again, it was a bioelectron, electricity, that came up with a similar concept. So Luigi Galvani, a biologist professor in Italy a very long time ago, came up with a very similar concept, saying that we have like numerous cells in our body, and membrane potential is the electrical potential difference across a cell's plasma membrane, keeping us all alive. So yes, once we have those potential on our autonomous neuron or whatever body we have, those will be keeping us alive. So it's always our brain that's keeping us alive. And for example, once we have clots on our body because we get old, it's not because we're lacking water. It's more because the flow of energy is not sufficient, so all our energy is composed of electricity. That's something that has been already confirmed. And next, the reason we eat on a regular basis is because we need energy to have electricity. Whenever we have meal, we try to calculate how much calorie we are intaking. So carbohydrate, protein is all included. But anyway, once they enter our body, they impact the electricity combination and converting our energy into heat. So all our activities is in order to get electrons. But as we get older, we lose the number of the electrons, and that is why the number of our cells are decreasing. And this is what we call ATP. So since we have ATP, we can replenish our energy in our body. But again, ATP level is decreasing because we get older and end up having diseases and we become weak. So in our medical circle, in our traditional medical circle, well, we call it medicinal. So this experiment was conducted back in 1960s in North Korea by a scientist called Kim Bong-han. He could not actually conclude his experiment. He came up with a Bong-han theory saying that the system was the anatomical basis for acupuncture meridians. So the colleagues of him, well, there was a person called Kim So-yeon, Dr. Kim So-yeon. She escaped to South Korea and she visited our research center as well. And she was talking about Bong-han theory and she was suggesting that she wanted to make some confirmations regarding Bong-han theory. So we thought that it would be better to come up with anatomical confirmation. So we could not carry out our experiment on human beings, so we carried out on a rabbit, animal rabbit. So we found all the locations of the body and we try to confirm one by one by conducting this experiment. So what was called that Bong-han theory in North Korea was confirmed in South Korea. So this was a histological examination of tissue isolated from fascia with a view of meridian system. So it's cited quite a lot. So I'm not saying that meridian system is exactly the same as neuron, but anyway, I'm trying to say that meridian system is something very important for our body. And regarding meridian research, well, exactly the same for traditional medicine as well. We are having a lot of attempts or experiments to confirm how regarding the direction of the meridian. So we try to utilize electronics on our body. So once the flow of energy is very smooth, we wouldn't have any problems. However, whenever we have any resistance, it means that some place in our body is stuck and the flow of energy is not smooth enough. So that is why we try to interpret things on an electrical basis. So this is what was cited by Einstein. Future medicine will be the medicine of frequencies. So I believe we have already entered into that era. So life energy is all about electricity. And let me show you what I brought with me today. So again, life energy is electron. So that is what our life is about. That's AI. And that is, again, all connected to meridian. So again, it's all about electron in our bodies. So quark cannot be utilized in our body because that's like nuclear. So finally, we have entered into the era of researching these areas. So attosecond is something extremely fast, so we cannot actually catch it. So you can see how fast that can be. And 2 years ago, the people who did the research won Nobel Prize. And now it's being connected to AI. So artificial intelligence is an energy. It's not that different from human beings. So why did they become the winners of Nobel Prize in physics? The artificial intelligence created by these were actually mimicking humans' neurons. So they copied it exactly, creating an artificial intelligence. We call it natural and artificial neurons. And also the people who created AlphaGo won Nobel Prize in chemistry in 2024. So in the past, we were very new to the concept of having a competition against a machine, but now the descendant of AlphaFold, of AlphaGo, now they have regulated the domain of anticipating protein structure. So it's all going to be utilized in medical sector. So again, AI is about utilizing semiconductors. So what is semiconductors? It's about the flow of electrons. So humans, neurons, and semiconductors, electrons are all about the same thing. So how far did we reach? A person's brain can be connected to computer. Now it's already succeeded. So why? How come this is possible? Because brain is all about electricity, and that is why they can be connected to computers. So 5 years ago, they put a chip into a monkey brain, and then this is what they did. As you can see on the screen, just by having the imagination or mind, you can do computer or move objects. And this year, finally, we can also extract or export the minds from your brain. And we are going to enter into a new clinical experiment by inputting a computer chip from outside. What you see can be input to the brain. It already got approval from the FDA. Now all they need to do is clinical experiment. So putting outside information inside the brain or taking out the information from the brain to outside will all be possible. How are all these possible? Because human beings are made of electricity just like computers. So it's all about electrons, and human beings, energy, life, it's all about electrons. And it's actually the same thing as key energy. So how are we going to apply that artificial intelligence on traditional medicine? As mentioned earlier in our ancient texts, in the past, we had to go through the books one by one, but now we can convert them into computer files so that numerous books can be utilized for artificial intelligence. They can come up with the materials automatically by doing the required searchings. So that is a role to be played by artificial intelligence. And I think I talked about this book, To You. Now we can just mimic or follow what's written on the book to save the human beings on the globe. So up till now, we only knew about the ingredients of the herbal medicine, but now we have all the formula. The artificial intelligence is going to do everything on behalf of us. And you can see some raw materials on the screen. Everything will be combined together. Combine the ingredients, try to come up with a formula, and so on. It's all going to be done by artificial intelligence. And for different countries, we will have to carry out education and training for different countries. For example, create videos, create regulations, create slide. Everything, again, will be done by artificial intelligence. And we will have to create all those different herbal medicines, analyzing them, searching them, and finding out what to create, and identifying the demand. Everything will be done and found all by artificial intelligence again. So now we have passed MDG, we are having SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, so that we can all have a good life all together. So we have quite a lot of goals under SDG. And I think those three that I'm circling right now will be the most important. Everything are under number 3, good health and well-being. So WHO and medical circle should all put our effort together in order to achieve number 3, goal health, good health and well-being. So in order to utilize our all professional information, AI will be creating a very vital role. So that was my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. So thank you very much for carrying out your presentation, especially about what their implications are when it comes to the relationship between artificial intelligence and international health cooperation.
So we have listened to the three meaningful presentations, and you are aware that ISTM is raising the value and possibility of traditional medicine and explore ways of cooperation. It's a truly meaningful event. Our efforts will contribute to the well-being of the humankind, and we feel this sense of responsibility. Experts from industry and governments have accumulated a lot of expertise so far that enabled us to hold a conference like this, a symposium like this. We had presentations from experts who share their insights with us. And now let us move on to discussion for more in-depth insights and input and ways of global cooperation in the field of TM. The discussion will focus on WHO strategy and traditional medicine cooperation. This session will be moderated by Lee Young-min, Director of Planning and Cooperation, NICOM. And let me introduce the discussants. Oh Hyun-min, Director of International Affairs, Association of Korean Medicine. Gu Nam-pyong, Director, Global Cooperation Center, KIOM. Lee Sang-hoon, Deputy Director, East-West Medical Research Institute, Kyunghee University. Let us welcome the moderator and the panelists up to the stage. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Lee Young-min from NICOM. I see some of the graduate students in Korean medicine, and we're talking about new strategies of WHO. I don't know how much you can relate to this. Anyways, in the field of TM and WHO cooperation centers, there are 25 cooperation centers around the world, and we have 3 of them in Korea, NICOM, KIOM, and in the East-West Medical Research Institute, Kyunghee University. So we gather frequently to share strategies and to work together to raise the value of traditional medicine in the international arena. So if you listen to the discussion, particularly the graduate students, you'll relate to this more, I hope. So about the CCs, we have the new strategies, and CCs are playing their roles and responsibilities. Director Gu Nam-pyong, could you talk about what you're doing at your institution? My name is Gu Nam-pyong from KIOM. Our institute is a professional body that works on research into Korean medicine. And major areas of research include basic research, clinical techniques, herbal medicine, new drug development, and medical devices. So the area is quite varied. And in regards to WHO, the CC was designated in 2021. And fourth redesignation was in 2024. What we do at the center is, it is specified in the strategy as well. We secure scientific evidence and quality control. So regarding these projects, we conduct research. So we are basically that kind of research institute. And Professor Lee Sang-un from Kyunghee University. My name is Lee Sang-un from Kyunghee University. East-West Medical Research Institute was designated as a WHO cooperation center. There are 25 CCs around the world. And at our CC, we were designated in a long time ago. So from 2024 to 2028, we have to propose what we are going to do every 4 years. So for that time period, our research goal is the impact of health policy in lifestyle decisions and policies, and to support WHO in that regard. And as an education institution, we are identifying the disease burden problems and approaches from the point of Korean medicine. And we're working with foreign medical professionals, and we train them as well. Thank you. At NICOM, we support RWD and also quality standardization, and we have also representative from Association of Korean Medicine. And in line with WHO strategy, you are doing a lot of things, right? So please make your remarks. My name is Oh Hyun-min, Director of International Affairs, Association of Korean Medicine. With the WHO new strategy, and we are working with the WHO very closely, we are working on scientific discovery and standardization, and in that regard, we are pursuing international collaboration. We are standardizing conventional medical techniques, and also we are supporting digital solution development using AI. And based on clinical data, we are expanding our engagement in international academic societies. And we're working with networks and the WHO to establish a KM or TM model of Korea model of TM, so we can make a substantial contribution to the global TM community. Thank you very much. So when I see foreigners, I get questions a lot how Korean medicine is different from Chinese medicine, what differentiates Korean medicine. So I think you get that a lot too. And this is something that we must think about, our strength or weakness. So can we answer this question from Professor Lee? Korean medicine has many characteristics. Particularly, we deal with constitutional medicine for different dispositions. And some things have been discussed in this regard. Precision medicine and personalized medicine is also big in Korean medicine. So we currently analyze genes, but we say it's constitution. So in Korean medicine, personalized medicine has been in place for a long time. And in China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, like those countries, we have these dual streams of medicine. There are conflicts, of course, but collaboration or integrative force are also existing. So that is one of the strengths of Korean medicine. And with the super aging society, the government we have public health physicians. the government is considering the possibility of Korean medicine to contribute to the society going forward. And we also have strong IT sector, so that is also one of the strong suits of Korean medicine. At KIOM, you have been conducting evidence-based research for a long time, so can you please explain a little about that? I have a bit different point of view, but I think that strength of Korean medicine is that basically within the health framework of the nation, it operates within the national framework. Many countries have their own TM, but KM is operating within the national system, which is the greatest strength in my opinion. And in universities or university-affiliated hospitals and research institutes, we have those organizations, and those are operating within the national framework. And we are nurturing highly competent human resources through these educational institutions. So I think that is another strength of Korean medicine. And another thing is we are a IT powerhouse. So the science and technology development, good human resources, and the systematic national system are in balance, and we are seeing the outcomes. So I think that is another strength of Korean medicine. So KM practitioners, maybe you are seeing patients in the field, and how foreigners see Korean medicine, and you have various programs targeting foreign patients, right? Yes. Yes, I've been in practice for more than 10 years. Compared to other medicine, Korean medicine have been developing in line with the social changes. So it is traditional, but medicinal acupunctures and other modern technologies are also included, like chuna and other techniques. So those are practiced within Korean medicine, allowing personalized care to be provided. And also, the professor spoke about energy and electricity. In terms of mental health, it is closely related to qi. So we are doing that a lot in our clinical practice. So the Korean medicine system considers the constitution of each patient, but not only that, we consider lifestyle or psychological condition. So we consider those features comprehensively to come up with a treatment strategy. And in this aging society, there's a problem of complex or chronic diseases. And when it comes to those diseases, it's quite multi-morbidity, quite complicated, and with many different symptoms within a patient. And I think Korean medicine can do that very well in a systematic manner with evidence. And if we equip ourselves with more evidence, then our competitiveness will increase going forward. So the Constitution is a theory, and it is now being researched in terms of genes. But complicated diseases or diseases with aging, when we connect them to those diseases, then we can proceed to precision medicine. And Dr. An, in the earlier presentation, explained recently, not just China and India also is coming out with a lot of government support, GTMG. The Global Cooperation Office for TM. So countries are very proactive when it comes to TM promotion. So KM has a lot of strength, but we also have a lot of challenges, I think. So Dr. Oh Hyun-min, could you start first? WHO new strategy, for that to be implemented successfully, then leadership should be strengthened. I think that's the most urgent thing. And AI, in regards to AI legislations that suits the Korean situation, more basic framework is lacking. Even though international guidelines are available, they are not properly implemented in Korea. So we need to define the legislation more specifically to the Korean situation in making our policy so that the status of KM can be raised within the health system. And standardization is another thing. Standards are different from country to country, and the languages are all different. So if we can come up with interoperable standards, and we can have a common platform to be utilized by different countries around the world. You said One Health, and it will be very helpful to realize the value of One Health.
So if things are aligned with WHO, we will be able to have a better coordination regarding what to take out, what to add more. And especially when it comes to AI, yes, we get a lot of opinions that new technologies shall be adopted, but then we should also go through a technological evaluation. We should try to come up with a structure or framework and so on into the details. So thank you very much. Mr. Koo, please. So if you take a look at the new strategies, the first part is about the scientific evidence, to secure those scientific evidence, and also to make quality improvements, ensure safety, efficacy, and so on, and also to make integrations. There are quite a lot of things under. So by having those acts, I know that WHO is going to pay off, have its own achievements, but then we also need to think about how to make them more accessible, how to disseminate them more widely to the member states. That's another point that we should put some further thoughts. And whenever we have any emergence of new diseases like the pandemic we had recently, we should also try to come up with a manual that can work very effectively and rapidly. So it's been already 5 years after we had pandemic, but even now we still don't have any clear manuals regarding any emergence of new diseases. So from a WHO level, we need to think about what we can do. And once we have those, we should disseminate to the member states. Yes, thank you very much. Professor Lee, please. Yes, for Korean medicine to play a bigger role in international cooperation, I think we should try to come up with better policies and supports, of course. Well, we talked about ISO yesterday, but international standardization requires experts, professional experts as well. So yes, we do have experts participating even now, but only when we have a wider talent pool, we can listen to better voices and have better cooperation results. And one more thing is, for Korean medicine development, it's very important to have bigger voices, not only in Korea, but also for ICD. Whenever we have any new chapters, that's going to be something very major. So collaborating with WHO will be very important. So we have a lot of young students or young Korean medicine professions who are interested in international cooperation. And even up till now, it's not really easy to work in those international organizations. I think there's less than 5 people working in those international organizations. But even so, I think we should create an overall environment so that people can have more interest and we can nurture more talents. So thank you for your response. I think we have very short time, so we'll have to move on to the very last question. So collaborating with WHO will be very important, and also exchanging or having joint project with other countries will also be very important. So from each of your institute, do you have any plans to make any collaboration or have joint projects with any other countries? Well, by having collaboration with WHO, if we can move on to joint projects with any other countries, maybe we can think about standardizing diagnosis technologies. So AI platform shall be created, I think, to enable more active exchanges and that can accommodate more data as input. Second, regarding aging society and a lot of diseases, we should try to come up with better treatments that can comply with WHO principles. So not only Korean medicine practitioners, but also the relevant pharmaceutical industry and caregivers, they should all be involved so that we can input the patient's lifestyles, because only then we can fully input the required information. And targeting the low resource countries, we can also come up with a distant diagnosis program or distant education and training program. So one of the advantages of Korean medicine does not require a lot of equipment. And as professional has mentioned about growing indigenous plants, that can also be very vital in providing basic services to the people. So this is something we should think about as well. And fourth, in order to implement WHO strategies, we should join in research together and try to come up with systems or policies altogether. So that was all from my side. So I'm on the same page with her as well, but basically WHO and our institutes, well, what can we do jointly? I think the case in point would be standardization. Well, of course, we already have ISO for standardization, but also within the framework of WHO, well, quite a lot of things were included in the new strategies as well, but joint projects for standardization should be carried out together with us and other countries. By doing so, we can get better recognition from the global world, I think. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Well, yes, we can have a lot of different joint projects, but we also should think about the competition and intellectual property rights and patents and so on. But anyway, when it comes to traditional medicine, it is still a minority compared to the Western medicine. So that is why it requires collaboration and cooperation with other countries for us to face those challenges as a minority. So database based on literature. We don't want to invade any intellectual property rights or patents, and only then, when we respect them, we can have better cooperation with other countries. And as others have mentioned, regarding the diagnosis protocol or standardization of materials and ingredients, I hope we can have more rooms for cooperation and collaboration with other countries. So thank you very much. So if you take a look at the new strategies, they contain key words: evidence bases, safety, efficacy, and integrated care of the local communities, and so on. Well, from our association institutes, we are also promoting or pursuing those works as well. And every 5 years, we are having this project. And I believe that they are all going to be aligned together because they are on the same step. So it should not be a strategy of only WHO, but also all the relevant professionals, relevant industries shall be accommodating them as well. So I'm unfortunately going to have to inform you that the time is up. So why don't we try to promote some further joint research projects so that we can get more initiative and take the lead in the global market. It was a short time, but thank you very much for all of your inputs. So thank you very much. By having this discussion, we were able to listen to all different voices regarding new strategies, how we can enhance more international cooperation, and where we should head towards for better advancement. So once again, thank you for all the moderators and the panelists. So from now on, we are going to have a short break. If you go out to the lobby, you will find your beverages and snacks, so please enjoy them. We are going to have a 20-minute break. So we are going to resume exactly at 3:20 to get started with our last session. So once again, except for bottled water, food and beverages are prohibited in this conference room. So thank you very much for your cooperation.
네, 2025 전통의학 국제 심포지엄 준비되어 있는 마지막 세션으로 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 세션 5 시작하기에 앞서서 잠시 안내해 드리겠습니다. 오늘
Before we begin with session 5, we are going to conduct a satisfaction questionnaire. So in order to improve our program for next year, we would like to get your precious input. So if you take a look at the very back page of the leaflet, you can see the QR code for the questionnaire for today's date, 10th of September. So please access the QR code so that you can take part in the questionnaire. If you complete your questionnaire, we are going to give out your souvenirs. So please participate. So why don't we move on to session 5 under the title of Strategic Approaches to Attracting International Patients for Traditional Medicine. We have 3 presentations prepared.
The first presentation will be given by Ta-Yoon Kim, manager of Seoul Tourism Organization, who will be speaking about strategies for attracting foreign patients through local governments. Let us welcome the speaker with a big hand. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Da-young. I'm from Seoul Tourism Organization. Pleasure to meet you all. So my presentation is titled Strategies for Attracting Foreign Patients Through Local Governments. In Seoul, it is a local government, and we think a lot about how to attract foreign patients. We have a lot of relevant experts and officials here and in the KM field. From a public organization, this would represent the point of view of the public organization. So I hope you can relax and sit back and enjoy my presentation. And I will also talk about some structural problems and personal observations before I talk about how to work with local governments to attract foreign patients to create a more foreign patient-friendly environment. About Seoul, and Seoul Tourism Organization is my organization. It started in 2007. And our organization, we are conducting about 50 programs in various fields to make sure that foreign tourists can have meaningful memories from Seoul. So these are the activities that we're doing currently. This is the overview of what we're doing from the past 5 years. We are running a help desk for foreign tourists, and International Travel Mart is another program. And last week it was held in Yeouido Conrad Hotel, and we invited some of the prestigious tourism, medical tourism professionals, and who are involved in business and sales meetings. There were about 2,000 consultations, and about 57 billion won was the contract value. So our activities are varied. We provide fellowship. So we are doing these activities at the same time. So sometimes we are confused. MSG is a new model for us from this year. So to categorize our different activities. So medical tourism. When it comes to medical tourism, we need to support hospitals and medical institutions to facilitate medical tourism to make our medical tourism market more attractive. In terms of marketing, every year we organize a Seoul International Travel Mart with a good result. And about twice a year, we go overseas for marketing activities. We provide consultations and we hold venues for sales and meetings to tap into potential customers to generate their interest in Seoul. We went to Vietnam in June, and in November, we're going to Jakarta, Indonesia. And we're running various social media platforms, and our website is in 7 different languages. And we also have support programs. We are operating Seoul Medical Tourism Center, and we get inquiries and we try to answer them. So when we get inquiries, we have 180 collaborating institutions, and we refer the inquiries to those institutions. And we also educate coordinators or translators, and the cost for that and airport pickup and sending costs are subsidized by our organization. And we also have a monthly training program for everyone interested. And CS education for translators and coordinators will be conducted this month. And we will work with influencers from next month. Governance is one of the most important things. We are a bridge between government and the private sector. The government, they pursue balanced growth between tourism and medical sector, and profit is the primary goal of the private sector. So we're trying to close the gap through supporting decision making and other measures. And we do surveys for people who come to Seoul, who visit Seoul, but we also do surveys for those who do not come to Seoul. So as a result of those efforts, we had a good news a while ago. According to official data, there were about 1 million tourists to Seoul, and 85% of medical tourists came to Seoul. And every year, the list of best hospitals is published, and most of them are in Seoul. So I think there is some synergy effect. There is a basic plan about the overall Seoul. So 4 strategies and 8 tasks and 25 programs with midterm goals.
딱 와닿으실 것 같습니다. 근데 제가 좀 문제 제기를 드리고 싶은 부분은 이런 거예요. 실무에서 업무를 하면서 항상 이게 맞나 하는 좀 괴리감을 느낄 때가 많은데 여러분들 한번 생각을 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 한번 서베이를 해볼게요. 일단은 이제 사고 실험을 몇 개를 준비를 했는데 이제 여러분들께서 만약에 어떤 시장에서 장사를 하시는 이제 장사꾼이세요. 근데 점포가 너무 잘 되는 거죠. 그래서 잘 돼가지고 문전성시를 이루다 보니까 발디딜 틈이 없는 겁니다. 근데 이 상황에서 과연 여러분들이 경영자라면은 이 인파 사고를 방지하기 위해서 예방 직원을 채용할 것인지 아니면은 어떤 인근 점포와 협약을 맺어서 우리 매장
You recommend the next door stores to the customers. This is not a right or wrong question. It can be long-term or short-term, or it's a very sophisticated decision-making process. And another one is, and you are a store manager. So you're managing this store and you want more customers. You're producing a brochure, leaflets or brochures, and you go out, and the shop next door is disseminating their brochures as well. And you look at that, and they say they are giving out this 10% discount coupons. So would you make a 20% discount coupons, or another way, you will talk to the shop manager next door to collaborate. I will do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and you will do other days. And you are running a restaurant, and you are the cook as well. And it is very successful, and you have many, many customers, and you are still anxious because you are not sure whether it is sustainable, and you have these 2 options. It's not right or wrong. It's just options. One is to enhance your cooking skills and aim for Michelin stars. And another one is to address the long waiting line, you introduce some content that can be enjoyed for the customers while waiting. And lastly, you have multiple stores. For example, you kimbap, udon, ramen, or sushi restaurants. And sushi restaurant is particularly successful, and rest of them are not so successful. Then would you invest in sushi restaurant? Would you focus on sushi restaurant to make it top, or would you invest in other restaurants in a distributed manner to pursue more balance? So these are the options. So from Seoul City's point of view, so these are quite the headache. So I think Seoul is trapped in that sense. So in that sense, we have many tourists coming to Seoul, and there is medical tourism official in Seoul, and it is very good, but also we have the anxiety. And there is regional competition going on. Korean society is very competitive. Maybe that is why, I don't know. And industrial structure itself is not equitable or balanced. And lastly, in the medical sector, diversity is lacking, I think. For example, we had 1.17 million foreign patients, and 80% came to Seoul. It's good we have many of them, but we talk about tourism reception posture, the term tourism reception posture, and I'm not sure whether we are fully prepared to receive all these tourists. In Seoul, the medical tourists are increasingly exponentially. So to respond to that, we need more safety measures, like the question that I posed to you. And the next thing is in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, we held a roadshow. These are the press releases about the roadshow. KTO, our organization, Gangnam District, and Busan City. All those municipalities are competing to go overseas for sales and marketing. So it's a good thing from the point of view of Korea as an entire nation, but it can be a waste of budget, waste of money. And the next thing is, these are the relevant legislations, and according to the legislations, from reservation to agreement to information provision to transportation and accommodation. And in this process, tourism, the element tourism, is not included. It's just a part of the process, but it is not officially included. So we need to think about that too. And in the, I said diversity is lacking, and this is the classification of nationality. Japanese and Chinese patients were dominant last year in the dermatology, particularly. Dermatology was number one, so we need to do some decision making in that regard. And medical institutions, there are 13 hospitals listed on best hospitals, but medical tourism index is just the middle of the global ranking. So that is another thing that needs to be improved. And in that sense, I conducted this research with NICOM. I would like to propose a model called TMO, and also collaboration with other cities so we can do some joint marketing. And medical field and tourism field, we should align those two in a balanced way, and we need to make our promotion activities more sustainable. So let me repeat. So far, The foreign patients came to Korea, they got an operation and treatment, and then for that short period of time, they go for sightseeing and they spend money. But the reverse is possible. You come as a tourist first, and then you get interested in medical services, and you can convert to a medical tourist. And contract is the first step, but in that sense, contract can be the last step, as I propose. And in the Mito approach, it is focused on dermatology, and it requires some surgery, and the patient should be hospitalized. But in Timo, we can target walk-in customers in this model. So I feel this most when this is Ferrum Tower, and if you walk about 2 minutes from here, there's a medical tourism center, and right next to it is Seoul Tourism Information Center. It's very big building, and next to it is Seoul Goods Shop, and they have about 300 foreigners there, and they purchase goods. And our center is located there. They come in to get the goods because we are good at marketing. They are good at marketing, so they come for the goods, and then they ask us. I got Hachi is a character, and I was wondering how to get this treatment or how to get this therapy, and we cannot advertise ourselves due to the legal requirements, but we can let them know that if you go to Myeongdong or Jongno, you will find these Korean medicine clinics, then you'll be able to receive those therapies. That information we can give. So dermatology, or in Korean medicine, it is more focused on prevention. So you can imagine, for example, in Turkey, and you go there for sightseeing, but you find out that they are doing very good in terms of hair loss or dermatology or skincare. So you're interested in therapy or massages, and you will be very interested to get one of those. And within about 3 years, 6 municipalities will go on an exhibition or business meetings in overseas countries. So they are very competitive, and they are very keen to go overseas to promote their own regions. Seoul, Busan, Incheon, Daejeon, they are very keen to attract foreign patients. So regional competition is intensifying. And I found this insight from this, that as we were operating International Travel Mart every year, it was September 2nd and 3rd, but there was a Busan Tourism International Convention from September 3 to 5, I guess. So we talked to Busan city government. And look, this is going to be a competition. So we decided to do it together, and the outcome was very successful. About 36 major buyers came to Seoul, and then they went to Busan straight away. So they went from Seoul to Busan, and they said that it's a good thing they visited both the cities, both major cities, number 1 and 2 cities in Korea, and it was very good, and it resulted in many MOUs. So this was first case. This was the first case where municipalities collaborated. So I would like to ask to NICOM, you are a national body, a nationwide body. Seoul, Daejeon, and Daegu. Instead of them talking individually, maybe you can propose something for them to follow to make it easier or organic. Then we'll be able to save budget, and we will be able to attract more buyers, and our roadshows or fairs will be improved in terms of quality. And tourism and medical sector and the imbalance between the sectors. Of course, medical tourism, like 70% medicine and 30% tourism, but it is too much focused on medical institutions. So that is so they think that oh, I go to Korea and I would just lie there receiving treatment. So in the future, we will have to emphasize more of the tourism aspect, and we are creating partnership in that regard. So in that sense, we have KM professionals here. Whether you're a physician or an administration, I think you should think about the tourism aspect, not medical, instead of medical. So if you get questions from the patient where to go after treatment, then you'll be able to provide relevant information. I know you are busy, you cannot study tourism, so that's why you should utilize local governments. Local governments are doing their own tourism industries, and there are various venues for you to see relevant information. So if you so I recommend that you consider tourism more and you work with your local governments. That is the key takeaway. And in Seoul, we have a free brochure and map and guidebook to be disseminated to tourists. You can take hundreds of copies, so please let us know. So you don't have to recommend restaurants or hotels every single time. And these kind of resources will be helpful for future collaboration. This is something more like advertisement. We have Facebook channels and Instagram account. We have about 100,000 followers. From this year, we will focus more on these social channels, social media channels. So if you're interested in attracting foreign tourists, please let us know. Our managers will go there and take interviews and upload them on our channels. So please consider this. So brief policy recommendation is, since we have, if you are a decision maker, then local municipalities are competing too hard. It's not about whether Seoul is doing better or Busan is doing better. So to avoid the regional competition, we need more national level efforts. National level, some people, an organization that would play the pivotal role. Then the local governments will be very happy. So that was my presentation. My name is Kim Da-young, Seoul Tourism Organization. Thank you. Thank you very much about the presentation on the strategies for attracting foreign patients through local governments. That was Kim Da-young, Manager of Seoul Tourism Organization.
So let's move on to the next presentation, the second presentation under session 5. The title will be Activating the Attraction of Foreign Patients to Korean Medicine Clinics, which will be delivered by Lee Seung-won, the CEO of Tongin Korean Medicine Clinic. Please give him a big round of applause to welcome him, everyone. Hello, everyone. This is a Korean medicine practitioner, Lee Seung-won. It's my great pleasure to meet you all. So can you all see the screen? So if you're a student from a Korean medicine, can you please raise your hand? Oh, did you decide to sit all together? So do we also have any Korean medicine practitioners? Not a lot. So the others will be the people from Nikom, right? So do we also have some people from overseas? So I was told to prepare everything in English, but it seems that I can do my presentation in Korean. So I'll try to be brief. So can you inform me how much time I have to deliver my presentation? Because it seems to be a little different from the timetable I was given. Okay, till 4:20?
어디로 가시겠습니까? 이 비행기는 어디로 가요?
So where is this airplane heading towards? Is there any country that you would like to visit? Nobody? Let's go somewhere at least, everyone. Spain? Okay, good. Anyone else?
없나요? 한국이 좋으십니까?
Do you just want to stay in Korea? US? Okay. Well, for me, I'm going to go to Thailand. Because if you go to Thailand, everyone will be getting the Thai massage, right? So if you don't have any bad memory, it's very natural for everyone to take Thai massage once you visit Thailand, right? But you know what? If people come to Korea, they don't go to Korean medicine clinics because all they do is have soju, the Korean style alcohol, and have samgyeopsal, pork belly, and they want to visit country nationwide. And what else? Take pictures at mountainsides. But foreigners visiting Korean medicine clinics is not a must, as if you take a Thai massage once you visit Thailand. It's not in your bucket list. So today, I'm going to talk about a very recent paper, something very recent. So it's going to be something very active, especially if you're a student of Korean medical department. You might think that you're interested because providing service for foreign patients will be different, but it's not that different. So I have gathered 7 Korean medicine practitioners and listened to their ideas regarding what challenges they had, how we can overcome those challenges when it comes to foreign patients. And based on that focused interview, we came up with the results. It's already published in the paper. So then how did these foreign patients end up coming to Korean medicine centers? So they answered that they did searching on Naver or Google Map or got information from YouTube or Instagram. That was what we thought, but actually the answer turned out to be word of mouth. So in 2025, still the word of mouth is so strong. So Korean people, of course, let's say one of your friends or acquaintances got treatment from Korean medical clinics and it turned out to be effective. Yes, I can get that part, but foreigners still being impacted by word of mouth, I thought that was very interesting. And we thought that the question would be very difficult. However, regarding the Korean practitioners speaking English, it was not a language problem, but a problem something else. So what about the people coming from nations that do not speak English? For example, the Japanese people, they mostly visit the Korean medical clinics who can speak Japanese language, so they don't visit us. And if necessary, they use the language application. So I asked people, what is the best application? And I got the answer, whatever the foreigner is holding. But then we had some common problems identified. For example, the consultation time will be very long because they have very long question lists. And one more thing is that they have a lot of questions, but on top of that, regarding the foreigners who are staying in Korea for a very long time, it's been a while that they met an English-speaking Korean person. So they want to have a lot of conversation with those medical practitioners. That's why it ends up having very long time. And the second problem, we try to improve it. We don't have like a menu on the clinic. For example, how much is cupping, how much is acupuncture, and so on. But that is what foreign patients really need. because they're always afraid that they may end up paying too much or getting excessive services by visiting the Korean medical clinic. So that is why we thought that it would be better to come up with a menu and come up with a fixed price. So for example, let's say you go to a traditional market who does not inform you explicit prices, you would prefer to go to a very big market with clear prices. And when it comes to medical services, there's always cultural differences. Well, for example, US or European people, their culture would be okay because we are always open. But regarding the people from Arab, I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm trying to say that it was very different from us. Well, for example, we had a female patient from Indonesia. She was a Muslim. She was wearing a hijab. Then when he was assigned to a male doctor, he was very embarrassed. She became very embarrassed. Even though it's a medical service, she was allowed to show her body only to female doctors. So after the treatment was over, she was saying that she wanted to get a chuna 치료 from a male doctor. So I wasn't exactly sure whether I understood her. So showing is not allowed, but treatment is okay, and she said yes. So that is when I realized that we should try to have better understanding about those different people. So if you want to try something interesting in the future, and if you're still a student, why don't you think about the possibility of opening up a female-only Korean medical clinic, just like a female-only sauna. So for example, right next to the Islamic temple, you can think about opening up female-only medical clinic and make sure that the delivery man is not going to enter your clinic at all. This was actually a joke. Why is nobody laughing? Just let it out. So if you understand different cultures, you can open up to new possibilities. And one more thing is that no matter how much effort we put to try to globalize the Korean medicine, there's always more things to explain about the acupuncture, about the cuppings, their effects, their side effects, whether it has a lot of pain or not, what is the definition of chuna, how much time it takes, and so on. We always need to explain clearly. So that is why we try to come up with a consent term. So if we try to explain verbally, they don't listen, they don't focus. However, if we try to come up with a document, they get an impression that the clinic is fully prepared and they get a reassurance that everything is going to be safe. So moving on to the solution. We have to inform about and disseminate about our Korean medical clinics. A lot of foreigners visiting Korea, they already got acupuncture services in their own nations, and it turned out to be very good. So the cost getting the acupuncture service in US will be much more expensive compared to the cost of getting the service in Korea, getting acupuncture, cupping, chuna, and everything all combined. And on top of that, if the doctor is very kind, he will be very satisfied. So we have to target more and more foreigners, try to inform them the efficacy of Korean medicine, what kind of benefits they can get, what kind of improvements they can get, and so on. So not only today, but also in Friday morning, I attended a discussion organized by National Assembly. And next week, Wednesday, I go to carry out a lecture in Daegu, Korean Medical University. The reason I'm attending all those different sessions, despite my extremely busy schedule, is because I know it's very important to disseminate this information. It's not only about my individual clinic. Just like everyone goes to Thailand and take Thai massage, the same should be same for us. So for example, no matter where you go in Korea, as long as you're a foreigner and visit Korea, it should be very natural for them to go to a Korean medical center to get Korean medical services. That is why I am working so hard to attend sessions and deliver lectures and write papers and so on. So it was published in SCI publication a while ago. So from NICOM, we carried out a national project. It was how we can attract more foreigners. And Korean medicine was selected as one of the category for the very first time, but it was really, really difficult. So I had to also invest my own personal money. The total budget was 75 million Korean won. So I felt like it was not enough. I wanted to better utilize all those taxes and knowledges to more and more people, and that is why I try to come up with statistics. So starting from the 1st of January till the 31st of December for the whole year, I wanted to identify and analyze the patients' ages, demographics, genders, and so on, and those statistics opened up to new information. The first part is the number of the female was bigger than the number of the male. Female patients were taking approximately 70%, and regarding the ages, most of them were in their 20s and 30s. So I was very happy because it means that I'm still popular, so I should boast about it to my wife, to inform her that I'm still popular among females. So why is nobody laughing again? It was supposed to be a joke. So why do you think Tongin Medical Clinic is still popular among females in their 20s and 30s? Because that was a portion of the foreigners visiting Korea, female in their 20s and 30s. So as the representative from Seoul City has mentioned, whenever we should try to come up with new strategies, we should be targeting female in their 20s and 30s. Isn't that something very interesting? Well, it was for me. And next thing is that we try to analyze the foreigners by month. So let me talk about this part first. Well, of course, the biggest patients or visitors were coming from US, France, Singapore, Australia, Canada, Indonesia, and so on. Well, all of them are English-speaking countries. And Germany, you can also see them quite behind. I don't know why. Well, last year we had a lot of patients from France. Well, before that we did not have a lot of France patients, but it seems that in France, maybe they have a Korean medical boom. I'm not exactly sure, but anyway, US took a biggest proportion overwhelmingly, and maybe it's because the cost is very lower compared to getting the services in US, and also we have quite a lot of Korean people living in US. And the reason we don't have a lot of Japanese patients is because we don't have any staff in our clinic speaking Japanese. Maybe that's why. And I also mentioned that we analyze the number by month. So if you have your own businesses, you may know about it, but if the revenue is dropping or the number of the patient is dropping, you try to question yourself, did I make any mistake? Did I do something wrong? Did I lose my reputation? But it turned out that in the middle of the summer and in the middle of the winter, well, we don't have a lot of visitors in the first place. So why? I know we have the representative from Hana Tour at the back because it's like winter vacation and summer vacation. A lot of Koreans are visiting overseas, and that is why the airplane tickets price rise dramatically, and that is why we don't have a lot of foreigners. So that is why the number is dropping dramatically in July or August. It's not because we made any mistakes. It's just because not foreigners are coming to Korea. And as always, you can see that in September, the number is rising again. So if you try to interpret it wrong, maybe you think it's all because of K-pop demon hunters. from the Netflix. That has nothing to do with this number. So did you all see K-pop Demon Hunters? So visiting Korean medical clinic, well, if they had a scene of making acupuncture or cupping services, it would have had made sense. But anyway, it was only having a scene about grape juice. But assuming that just because K-pop Demon Hunters became famous and that's why we're having a lot of patients in Korea, that doesn't make sense according to my experience at least. But actually, even before this boom, we always put a lot of effort to attract more foreign visitors. And there was also an article saying that the reason Korean medical clinics is putting a lot of efforts in providing services to foreign patients is because they want to exploit foreign patients. Is that true? No, not at all. Maybe the total money that the foreign patients are paying may be 2 times bigger, may be true, but it's because Korean people, they are under insurance. That is why. But if you try to give the impression that the Korean medical clinics are trying to exploit the foreign patients and try to get higher prices on the services, it wouldn't make sense. It's all because of the differences in insurances. So once again, as you can see, we have a lot of patients in spring and autumn. So that is why we should keep that in mind whenever we're carrying out promotions. So if you try to go on a trip on spring or autumn, you try to make preparations one season before, which is summer and winter. So what I'm trying to say is that whenever you try to make a major medical operation, you try to make preparations beforehand. But whenever we're talking about stiff shoulder or stiff backbone and so on, you open up your Google Map only after you arrive in Korea. That is how things work. So let me give you a tip. Try to take out your cell phone and open up the Google Map application and enter where you can get acupuncture services around where you are. Why don't you do it right now? Enter acupuncture near me. Then you will end up getting the result Tongin Haniwon, my hospital. So it's very close to here. But if you want to visit your medical clinic first, then you should register your hospital. So why am I talking about this? Because I want to help you. So if you want your hospital to appear first, then my hospital, then you have to make registration, because without making registration, it's not just going to pop up. So I'm not exactly sure how to do it. You can search it on the internet. So on the Google Map, so try to add the hash word such as acupuncture service. So if you're rejected, try to add new hashtags such as acupuncture or tuna therapy or cuppings and so on. And maybe if you have more keywords on the review such as acupuncture, then it will work. I'm not exactly sure, but anyway, try. Try again and again, and someday your clinic is going to pop up once you try to search for it. And one more interesting thing. Last year, about 770 patients came to our clinic, and actually 300 people were visiting again. So you can see the number on the graph. The biggest proportion were the patients who came just one single time. So what does that mean? They just wanted to experiment things. So is there anyone who's not sick here? We are all sick in this modern society. So if you come to the hospital, you find out where you are sick, and some patients are suffering from chronic diseases. So again, they should be visiting again and again, like 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, like 67 times in the end. But if our goal is on the treatment itself, we may end up rejecting or discouraging the patients who have the possibility to come up 2 times, 3 times, and so on. So we should be accommodating light treatments and so on. So those patients may not have some major diseases, but we should try to be able to provide services for light treatments as well. And next, we thought that these patients would get only acupuncture services, but they ended up liking tuna therapy. And another case is that we thought that they would having only acupuncture, but it turned out that they had chronic diseases, and a lot of people are suffering from insomnia or menstrual pain or constipation or bowel movement and so on. But their medical services in their own country did not work well, but that is why they tried Korean medicine. They had some pills. And that is why they wanted to get prescriptions for those Korean medical pills for 1 month, 3 months, and so on. Those numbers were more than 50%. Isn't that a great result? One of the areas that Korean medical practitioners are very confident is exactly here. We try to understand the fundamental root of a lot of different symptoms. Not individual symptoms, but a lot of different symptoms. So just by giving explanation based on Oriental medicine, they will be very happy. For example, you don't have sufficient energy on kidney, and they would say that makes sense. And when we say kidney in Korean medicine, it's all related to urination problem or sometimes bowel movement, and they can be also connected to period pain, such as period cramps. And in Korea, the government classifies period cramps so that we can get insurances. Well, period cramps, however, in US, it's considered just as a pain. And if they suffer too much, they get prescription of birth control pills. But they find it very fantastic that in Korea, menstrual cramps is classified under insurance. So that is why we can attract a lot of foreign patients. So our treatment can be adopted to even better to foreign patients rather than Korean patients. Isn't that quite interesting? So the area that we studied the most and the area that we're most confident about can be utilized when we're giving treatments to foreign patients. So again, 삼겹살, soju, kimchi. So I asked a patient from France, which food did you enjoy the most? And she said kimchi. So a few years later, I hope she can say acupuncture when someone asked her a question, what did you enjoy the most in Korea? So up till now, that was my presentation, and my name was Lee Seung-won from Dongin Korean Medical Clinic. So thank you very much. That was a presentation under the title, How to Attract More Foreign Patients to Korean Medicine Clinics, and he gave a lot of episodes about how we can create a foreigner-friendly environment in our clinics. Thank you very much.
Now let us move on to the final presentation, which will be given by Mr. Lee Jae-woo, CEO of Hana Tour ITC, who will be speaking about Korean medicine's globalization and proposing of new directions. Good afternoon. You must be tired. So it's a very hectic day So I think a lecture should be fun. You know TED? TED is not for information giving, it's for sharing your opinions and your thoughts and to converge them with other people's opinion to something, to create something new. So unilateral information giving, you can do it from YouTube. So I think, so I hope this presentation will be an opportunity for sharing. I joined Hana Tour in 2003, and I specialize in outbound, which means that I send Koreans to overseas. So, like those people who are going to overseas conferences. So I got promoted with my performance, and my boss said, "How about doing cosmetics or hotel?" And so I came to deal with hotel and cosmetics and duty free even. And then came coronavirus, and it hit really hard. We were #1 in Korea, but the shock is still vivid. And I was involved in hotel and duty free businesses, and I thought I was gonna be fired because the company was sold to private equity fund in a large part, and the president said to me that you go do inbound. Inbound means foreign tourists, attracting foreign tourists. So, do you like coriander? Coriander, the herb? You don't like it? I am a big fan. Do you know why? Why do I like coriander? Because I go to overseas trips a lot, business trips a lot, and I get to eat a lot of corianders, and it kind of grows on me. And even and now, I eat coriander even in Korea. And K-pop Demon Hunters, do you know why it is so popular? The reason is that it met with the platform called Netflix. So important thing is that Korean medicine and the experience thereof. What kind of platform are you meeting? I'm not expert. I'm no expert in Korean medicine. I went to a conference regarding globalization of Korean medicine. So I went to this conference, and there were all these people involved in Korean medicine, and they were talking about medical tourism and globalization, but there were no experts in tourism, no other experts from other industry. So all of them were from Korean medicine. So it was kind of an inside event. It felt like an inside event to me. So we need to shift our perspective. For example, the beer height. Before height, what was popular? It was OB, right? And height beat OB because OB beer at that time, all they had this sound. But height beer, they focused on water, the natural mineral water. So that was their new concept. So I see what kind of efforts you're doing at the institution. You hosted fairs, you went to overseas countries. So I was like, so what? I go on a lot of overseas fairs, expos. The B2B meetings should not be the goal. You should not be just looking at the revenue or the number of B2Bs, but that's what you're doing right now. But is it really helping globalization? No, but all the municipalities are doing exactly that. So I have a question. You do pay Kluk, right? Kluk. And why do you pay that to Kluk? To sell tourism products, right? And then travel agencies hold these competitions, and then they get the money eventually. So you can sell the products to the platform, right? No, because it's legally prohibited. But what should we do? Because foreigners go to those platforms to buy products and services. Then what do we do? So what we need to discuss is that within the framework, legal framework, without violating the laws, how do we offer our products and services to Trip.com or other platforms? But nobody is doing this kind of work. So if you look at the foreign tourists, the more foreign tourists you have, it's the genuine globalization. Ramen is popular. GS and CU went to Mongolia because they learned something from Korea. They take that to their country. So we need this shift in perspective. But we're clinging to outdated strategies like holding fairs and expos, spending lots of money, and some things that look glamorous from the outside. Even you go to Mongolia, a country which is very hard to get visa for, and Tongin Clinic got a contact. And do you use Airbnb? You use Airbnb, right? Young people use it, and you use Klook, and also Trip.com is operating in Korea. Do you know Viata? There are many global platforms operating in Korea, and they are offering their menu. So where do you book your flights? Where did you book your flights? Our overseas participants, Skyscanner, the Rakuten Travel, HIS. Maybe you used some kind of platform to book the flights. Then our KM products and services, where should they be exposed? Create a new website or paper materials in this AI era. So where do we expose our experience and products to? So, for example, I made this AI within like 7 minutes, and I got this template in this format. This conforming to this template was quite a haggle, to be honest. So I said no. I used Notion to make my presentation. Do you use Slack? Do you know why? I use that to enable users to go on the link, but they just adhere to stick to this format. I think that is what you're doing in Korean medicine. So earlier this year, I was working with KM doctors, and there were some VVVIPs from the Middle East. They spent tons of money, and they were very, very satisfied with the Korean medicine services. Did they purchase a lot? Yes, they did. So this kind of experience should increase going forward, and that would require a change in strategy. You use Coupang, right? And how do you pay on Coupang? How do you pay? Naver Pay, Kakao Pay? And do you think the same would be convenient for foreign tourists? Do you still enter card number? No. It's the same for foreigners. The menus for them, the global platforms, if our products or services or coupons are exposed to the platforms, the trial coupons, do you think we can sell them? No. Can we make it possible instead of just saying no? I think nobody's doing this kind of work. Trip.com is quite dominating the Korean market. They are very aggressive in the outbound market. So Chinese or other foreigners are using Trip.com. Do you see any Korean medicine products on Trip.com? Airbnb sells accommodation, and they say they sell experience. So we are selling our experiences. but wrong products, I would say, even illegal products. So in Airbnb, they run advertisements like they sell experience. Klook, the same, KK, Nicom, and all those institutions are talking about globalization, but you are not tapping into these platforms. KK and Klook will have this information session about the restaurants or experience or activities in Busan and Gyeongnam area for the direction of the platforms to go. So is anyone going there? The customers are there, but are you going there? So we should go to where customers go, but our strategy is making just website and participating overseas fairs and all the while spending taxpayers' money, right? Yeah, interesting thing is 배달의 민족 is used by foreigners now. Did you know that? Naver, November 7, the global version will open. Do you know this? Naver Map. Do you know? Naver Map. So tourists in Korea use Naver Map, and Naver Place, a reservation app, and it shows everything. What is near our location. And I looked at the Korean medicine clinics and they had no information. Nothing was in English and the format was wrong. And Naver, so if a foreigner wants to find out some information about Korean medicine clinic on Naver Map, then what will happen? Would you be able to provide any information? Creativity creates trip. Create Trip. The CEO is quite young. He was born in 1990. He created this platform. And what is the most popular product? It's LASIK, the laser eye surgery. So mainly for Taiwanese customers. Do you know why? Because it's very expensive and low quality in Taiwan. So they come here and they pay 2 to 3 million won, and they end up spending like 5 million won. So go meet the customers and go meet the people with the experience to get our Korean medicine products in the right packaging, to make it exposed to the customers in the right platform, not instead of just talking about globalization among yourselves. The global platforms are about more than 95% of foreigners book their flights through global platforms, not just flights, amusement park, hotels, and everything. So be part of it, okay? The popular product in Klook is DMZ, Nami Island, and Lotte World amusement park. In tourism, demand creates supply. Supply creates demand. So from the Klook's point of view, the Nami Island is very popular. So if you develop products and propose something to Klook, then they might take action. But Klook is something foreign, so you might as well go with Naver, domestic. So I've been in this position about 5 years ago when the pandemic hit, and we have 4 staff members. And I studied business management, RRC. It was reduction first. And eliminate, reduce, and raise, and create. The creation is the final stage. So eliminate the unnecessary things. I was initially not going to be here because I talk about business, but I am always invited to these forums or Seoul government meetings. format-centered meetings. So I actually didn't want to come here. So let us talk about what not to do instead of talking about what to do, so that we can create room for creativity. So these are unnecessary things: advisory meetings, unutilized promotion materials, and overseas trips. These are useless. The brochures, no one sees brochures. It's just a paper garbage. If you go to expos and you go there with a bunch of brochures and then you just dump them there, and the discussions should also be eliminated. Discussion for the sake of discussions without any specific topics. There is this boss talking 1 or 2, 3 minutes, and then like good job, and then that's it. Is that right? And photograph also. Of course, you have to take the picture. That's the reality of meetings, and don't do that, please. Please eliminate those. And what to raise is the integration of professionals and experts. You need to meet other experts and professionals. You need to learn what you don't know about, but you are busy with administration and practice. So you just appoint one person. I recommended that, but you haven't done that so far. Not yet. So a person can be in charge of communicating with the tourism sector or other sectors. You need those persons in charge of communicating with other sectors. And you should go out and meet the platforms, including KKA. I don't know if this is legal or not, but you can always talk about it with relevant organizations or health ministry. So this kind of dialogue is very necessary, but you are not doing it. So ministry official come here and deliver some speech, and then they go. And I think the experience tailored to foreign tourists, only Tongin Clinic CEO had the relevant experience. We need to educate young professionals in this regard as well, so that neighbor map can have the location of KM clinics to introduce new experience to customers. Neighbor wants to do something different from Klug. And neighbor wants to let foreigners know about the activities around them geographically. So on neighbor might include Korean medicine in their search word. And I am doing that kind of business with neighbor now, currently. So prepare in advance. So instead of going to these useless affairs, we work with Naver or Klug and other platforms, so that foreigners can find out clinics nearby and go there on a trial basis. And there will be about 10,000 patients, tourists who do that, and then they will be posting comments, and then it will lead to word of mouth. So you should create a menu for foreigners, and versus you can stick to the old strategies. If you don't do that, I don't need to do this, but I see good possibility, potential, so that's why I am telling you creativity. Or holding a fair within the platform. Offline fair is so outdated, and we no longer do offline fairs. It's very cumbersome and it's wasteful. It takes a lot of extra money that would otherwise be saved. And there's nobody in the booth, only part-timers. And that's what fairs look like, right? Do you really have to do it? But maybe if you have to do it, then try different method using global platforms. For example, do you know about personal colors? Anyone tried personal color test? If the female members of the audience? and others don't know about it. And there are different constitutions in Korean medicine, so you can make that interesting based on the 4 different constitutions. So you are Taeyang constitution, and you should not eat so much wheat. So if you can do that kind of thing, like 1-page printout on a trial basis, just for fun, just to generate interest, it will be very good if it is exposed to those platforms. And there will be a Korea grand sale, but nobody is talking about it because you don't know about it and you haven't done it before. Because you talk about globalization, but you always talk amongst yourselves. Am I right? So to conclude, so 3 more minutes, please. Last week, I gave a lecture with KM practitioners. I have another job, and my company doesn't like me having another job. Hanatua ITC are working together with Naver Map to expose and supply different experiences on Naver Map. We are in the process of developing that kind of services to upload experiences and content. And there is this API thing. It's a technical term. So we give it to Naver reservation, and it pops up on the map. And from Naver point, and Naver always say that we want to be different from Klook. We want to be different from KKA. We want to provide new experience to customers. That's what they say. So that's when I said, what about Korean medicine? That's how I got here. And then I started doing the work, and I regretted. I should have done that. I am invited to all these forums, and this is the last forum that I am giving my presentation to. I always end up thinking like that. So for the sake of RRC, reduce the unnecessary things and create the necessary things. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. Foreigner customized KM experiences. The new direction has been proposed in the presentation, so it was very informative and insightful.
So we have covered all 3 presentations that we have prepared for, and that will conclude the end of today's symposium. But before that, since a lot of people were together with us for 2 days, we wanted to show you a video that will show the moments of today and yesterday.
네, 이렇게
So for 2 days, we had a very passionate moment, and the video has just reminded us those moments. So it was a very good opportunity to share our insights and a lot of different opinions. So before we close the session, why don't we take a group photo to commemorate this symposium? So I kindly asked all the speakers and the personnel from the organizing institute and hosting institute.
all the speakers and representatives from the organizing team to join us on the stage. 네, 앞쪽으로 자리해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
So please kindly proceed to the front. And I kindly ask all the personnel from the relevant institutes as well so that we can all take a group photo together.
네, 무대 위쪽으로 올라가지 않으시고요. 그냥
So we're not going to ask you to climb up to the stage. Please stand in front of the stairs. Oh, shall we stand on the stairs?
네, 무대 위쪽으로 모시도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, please climb up to the stairs so that we can have a better photo all the way up to the stairs. So let's take a photo on the stage. And once again, I kindly ask all the personnel from the relevant institute so that we can take the photo all together.
네, 또 어제와 오늘 이틀 동안 열린 이번
So for the 2 days, we had a lot of different experts so that we can share all of our wisdom together. It was a very good opportunity to share our opinions and have exchanges. So why don't we take a group photo all together? So make sure to look forward.
네, 고맙습니다. 이상으로 저희
So thank you very much. We just took a group photo all together. So please kindly go back to your seats. So before we conclude the program, please make sure to complete your questionnaire. You can access the questionnaire by taking a look at the QR code at the back of the booklet. So once you complete your questionnaire, you can get your souvenir. And make sure to return your interpreting device on the reception desk. So now I would like to officially close all the sessions. Once again, thank you very much for being with us for such a long time. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. So with the symposium, I hope that the Korean medicine can achieve further development in the global stage. Everyone have a safe trip back home, and we will see you again next year. Thank you very much, everyone.